All right, welcome back. And we are here for day two, round one of the Aries Cup. Let's get it. Man, why I gotta race Soul? Dang it. He's streaming right now too. He's got 106 people watching him. And I gotta race him right now. God dang it. I don't like bourbon. Fuck. Right. Mm. Uh-uh. Now I'm racing other creators. That's funny. Yeah, it happens.
My ball. And look at this one. It's broken.
Hmm.
My gosh. Do I have 2 extra honey mustards? So when I run out of one, I can have the other?
Hmm.
Go from hunting for work to thriving at work. Whether
Okay,
you're just starting a new career
it's
or
always
pursuing a
Christmas so
passion,
good.
Central Piedmont continuing education classes are here to help.
Come on.
So, get started. Can you check the win rate on that guy? Oh no, I did check it, right? It was 10%. Can't we lost that right? That was UT. Okay.
Let's see. Guri and Vinny sausage. A special week. Mm. Hmm. Oh yeah. Oh.
There's 4 of these chicken nuggets left.
Hmm.
I ate all of them except 4. Now I have
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4. Now I have 4 more.
Okay.
Dad, crumbs are gonna get on your bed either way. Sorry, I'm gonna wipe it off that. There.
I didn't.
Everybody having a good day? I hope everybody's having a good day. Go Falcons. Come on. I need you to run. Get her. Come on. Beat Bourbon. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on.
Because some of these chicken nuggets are puffed up so much, scrubs get on the bed. That I'm eating. Now, look how puffy this one is.
Mm-hmm.
Bited it.
You got a big one.
Uh-huh. See?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this one.
We're trying to eat them over the plate.
There's a lot of my plate.
Dang it.
What?
Nothing.
Did you lose?
Yeah.
That's fine. Just try. Only if you tried, it's okay. If you didn't try, that's what happens. That's what happens if you don't try.
Uh-huh.
But if you try and you lose, it's okay that you just try.
They still run really good. Mm-mm. Yeah.
Dad, when the chicken nuggets and tater tots were hot, I still ate them.
Mmm.
And they were not hot to me.
Good.
I play Don't Call It 3 a.m. because I'm not a scaredy cat. I'm not a scaredy cat. And they had jump scares that I didn't even get scared. So I knew it was going to happen.
Word. Is that right?
Yep. Well, she doesn't know what I play. Well, she does. Or kind of. No, she doesn't. Well, Cheyenne knows because she has Robux. And she plays with me. Now she doesn't. Now I'm mad.
Why is that?
Mad.
Why don't she play with you now? Hmm? Why don't she play with you now?
If you chew with your mouth open like this, that it's really disrespectful if you do. You have to do this. Only if you chew with your mouth open. That's very rude. No.
It's rude to make a mess everywhere. That's what's rude. haven't even tried the enclosure. I might.
What? What?
Okay. That's what happens sometimes. That's how I know I'm in the well lobby. I'm in a super well lobby. Oh, I knew I ain't gonna win, but I didn't think I was gonna come in seventh, eighth, and ninth. Hmm. Yeah, crazy, but it's all right.
Many products. Then you say.
Yeah, boy. Let's go. Let's see. Dorius and Super Sorely. Hmm. Got another favorable lobby here. It's like I don't know why they like to do that. They like you throw me in with the super whales, and for the first three races, and then the last three or the last two, they're like, we'll give you a not a equal lobby, but a jobber lobby. Like I just want equal competition, bro. Give me other people that are running SSs or S pluses. Like that's what I'm looking for. A lobby full of S pluses and SSs. UGs are fine. You know. I guess well, I guess not. That is upper tier. I wish I can only race against S3s and up. But it's all right. Right? And she's in good position too down here. Fine motion. In good position. Coming up on third with a Gurry cap. Pushing her along. Well,
Hey!
let's go, girls. Everybody's dueling. Don't let Ryan pass. Don't let Ryan pass. It's gonna be a close look at this. Look at that. Look at Ryan. These are my three. And then whoever's ace this is, bro, I gotta do a run with Ryan, bro. Ryan is in there. Okay, and I have Ryan at 5 stars. So I need to do a run with Ryan. If she's doing this with these two builds, if she's doing this, I need to do a run with Ryan. I need to see what that Ryan has first. Take more pictures. Everybody. I want to see y'all's pictures. Because I do click on y'all's profiles and go and look. Some of y'all got like one picture. Like just enough to complete the quest. Wait, who actually did Falcon win that one? Marzinski won that one. Okay. Holy power. She's running a late surger. So how come my late surger won't work? My King Halo won't work. But that works. Huh? All right, let's go do a couple pulls and then let's do a run.
In fact, most civilized world requires it, but not us. We need to be able to trust that only eligible Americans are casting ballots.
1998.
Democrats oppose voter rights for no coherent reason. Republicans
1998. The first time I heard about Pokemon.
Yeah, that's not me. There it is. Okay, go check.
Okay. Wait, do I have her maxed out? I think I do actually.
Blink. Blink. Oh. Oma.
Girl, quiet.
Hola.
Stop yelling.
I think agree. The bigger problem. What the hell?
Oh yeah, we're doing a Ryan run. Let me pull out my trusty dusty calculator. Let me pull out the trusted dusty calculator right quick.
Looks like there's space between the artists.
Infinity calculator. All right. Measure Orion. Here, I'll show you. Here, we'll do this. Replace. Replace the stream feed. It's gonna look weird for a second now. Just work with me.
Go me. Yeah.
Let's ride it. It's kind of wow. I have everybody but Dodo, Arden, Summer, and Summer Special Week. And so I have a bunch of them. Missing about 5, 6, 7 now. Bro, where is Ryan? You know what?
That's fun.
That's a bunch. And we have all of them. Except Dover. Oh, we don't have Bride. All right.
Great love.
Got winning ticket. I could use her.
Dad, I'm done.
Okay.
Have more.
There ain't no more.
What?
There ain't no more.
Do you still have
But you can get
ice cream?
you can get an ice cream cup out of the fridge.
Okay.
I'm gonna use. We'll see. All right. We got a good little pool to choose from here. So with that being said, let's switch back over to the game. Boom. All right. I wish we can break down the filter to actual name. Like we can search a name and pull them up like that. Let's see. I actually can do this too.
Like a 60% chance, right? Though.
Oh, got me some lunch. Hey.
What's the function again? It's 9,000 divided by the lid. I'm gonna do it 9,000, right?
Where official we go? Or excuse me, winning ticket.
100.
Okay.
85. I'll follow up the math one. We want the bullshit win. Radiant star during this star round.
We have another Dober over here that's we do.
It's gonna be 9,000. 1 times divided by it should be 85. There's an 85% chance to activate this skill. So that's what you calculate it. You just subtract off this number from 100. So that's 25. That's 5, right? 85% chance of this power. Obviously, it's a little bit higher than usual, but the positional timing is right? Absolutely. Oh, we play yours. I agree. That looks better. It's going to fail the 90% chance.
Oh, dang it. Okay. Yeah.
Case 3 fronts, 1 end towards it.
Hello.
Mm.
Hello.
Heads of the front,
Hello.
okay.
Try your phone.
What?
Try your phone.
No,
Why not?
I didn't told you why.
Why not?
I didn't told you why.
You didn't know that. Why?
I did tell you why. Stop asking me why, because I already done told you the answer.
I thought I was saying that for someone.
Get down. You sit up on the bed and watch what I'm looking at.
But it's boring. I like my videos. And that's just a game. They're just playing a game. And you're doing that too.
Imagine that.
So it's boring. So it's boring. Is that you in the back?
Mm-mm.
It is. It looks like it.
Mm-mm. Those are my characters.
It looks like it.
Mm-mm.
One of them looks like it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. See, that one looks like you.
The ghost ship.
Yeah. Looks like you. That looks like you. You're right there. Right there.
Oh, Gary Cap.
Yeah, you're right there.
That's not my Gary Cap. That's his Gary Cap. Mm-hmm. Stop poking my screen, man.
Wow.
Oh. Just how you break it.
How?
I just told you how. Poking it.
Let's see. I need to go put it on her. Well, yeah, I think that.
Mm-hmm.
We can put you.
Wake up.
Wow.
I done told you why.
I want to talk to her.
You just like getting on my nerves, don't you?
No.
That's what it sounds like.
No.
That's what it looked like.
Not true.
Well, that's what it looked like.
Not true.
Here.
How does it look like it?
Because you can't sit down no longer than 30 seconds without asking me questions. I mean, and half times. Here.
Hello. Hello.
that playoff spot. And the Clowns, Coconuts, and Animals all at 4-7. Yeah, right now it's all house money for the Texas Tailgaters. They could finish with the worst record out of all of these teams and still make that banana ball open as the 4 seed in this tournament. So from here, it is going to be up to the remaining teams that have the 3 best records in this banana ball championship league if they want to make the playoffs this season. The Bananas sitting pretty at 10-1, but those Party Animals a lot of work to do at 4-7. And the only reason you see one loss for the Savannah Bananas is because of what happened in New Orleans in the Superdome. How about this? On the Sunday matinee game, Dylan Porter, who finished up his college career at the University of New Orleans, facing the top of the Bananas lineup, pulling off the pistol squat, and the ground ball machine, go Burr! Bouncer to Bloomer, bouncer to A-Cup, back-to-back between the leg trick plays, and then let's get Bloomer back in on the action. What a way for the Party Animals to take down the Bananas back on March 15th. Yeah, they did that in the Superdome with some funky dimensions. The Bananas weren't able to collect a single home run in that contest. Masterful work by the Animals pitching all around us. The Bananas only able to scrap together 5 hits in that contest. But since New Orleans, it has really been the best of times and the worst of times. The best of times, obviously, for the Savannah Bananas. 6-0, dominating with 13 more points than lost. You can see averaging 2.2 strikeouts per ball.
I know you can't hear my phone because I can hear it.
They're averaging 4 minutes and 17 seconds per 3 outs. The pitching staff is getting best in the league. Yeah, and obviously when you're pitching as good as the Bananas have this season, unsurprisingly, you're going to be leading the pack. And the Bananas, what you always want to see in banana ball is a 2-to-1 strikeout to ball 4 sprint ratio. Unfortunately, that is not the case with the Party Animals, and that's not why you see that earned run average skyrocketing at 8.87. But a big reason that they are having long innings is because they are not staying in the strike zone and able to get 3 outs in a quick amount of time. So that's why the Animals on the other side of the coin averaging 3 outs in 5 minutes and 12 seconds in the 6 games. And 2 weekends ago, the Party Animals in Albuquerque, New Mexico, the Bananas in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, they both had 2 of the best players in the sport go down via injury. You're looking at D.R. Meadows, the 2024 Tour MVP, Jake Skoll, the 2025 Tour MVP, and they've both been fantastic here in 2026. In terms of value over replacement level players this season, both of these guys rank in the top 10 amongst all players.
Turn off my Bluetooth.
I don't know how.
You didn't hear it.
How do I do it?
You don't know shit.
Yeah, because I know.
No.
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 I use a tablet but not a phone.
No. You need to go to sleep. That's what you need to do. You need some rest.
He could pinch it off the bench, but he is limited tonight. And if we see him, it's probably just for one plate appearance. That is to be determined. We'll be back in just a bit. Hello everyone, we're here. Today I'm going to talk about understanding and stand mode. Unfortunately, my feet are mild. I think I'm not. Okay, right now. So, and it's a lot of you. The official Pokemon Company has finally responded to the controversial disqualification in the recent Orlando Regional Championships, where Firestar was disqualified for his tournament-ending pop-off. So I'm basically going to break down what happened there, if you don't know, along with other controversies happening in the Pokemon community. If you want to skip ahead to hearing the big Pikachu's response, skip to the time shown here on the screen. Without further ado, let's get into it. Something really crazy happened in my home city of Orlando, and it actually might be one of the most controversial DQs that I've ever covered on this channel. One of the Hi guys, I'm Miro and I've been teaching Japanese for a few years now. And darkness swallows up the godly 15, one after another. And bringing up the rear, the 7th car, has cleared the gate. From the tunnel, the 2 is passing in 6, gaining a plate. Did you screw up your gear shift? Does that even happen to a driver on your level?
Nah, he didn't screw it up. He did it on purpose. It's called side drafting.
Or jumping to third, the tachometer drops to 3,000 revs. But if you're not over 4,500 revs, your acceleration suffers. He's going to be a sitting duck for that fleet of monster cars. That's how it is when you can't use second gear. You get fast almost like if you were standing still. That's got it. Well, the one attempts to overtake once again on the midnight straight. His 518 flat six is really asserting itself. The cars in fourth and fifth swap positions, and the one over next hits sixth. Six fights back with some absolutely insane late drinking. That's absurd. A Rouge is coming up. What is he thinking? Takakiri is truly impressive. It's easy to see how determined he is not to give up a place without a fight. I love that kind of attitude. Now this is what the fans watching from. We are finally seeing a dogfight between the 8-6 and last year's champion. This battle honestly feels symbolic somehow, given the season so far has been all about the emergence of new challengers. The lead group is bearing down on the switchback. They leave the toll road in advance for the first half of the Edmund route. Wow! The one screws around the 8-6 and pulls away. Is this really the Montezuma race? It's infamous for its lack of overtaking, so this is really unprecedented. What the hell was that? You slowed down out of the blue. I nearly rear-ended him. There's something a little off about the 8-6. Oh, how so? It's like there's a delay when he's accelerating out of first gear. It may be some kind of issue, but with what, it's hard to say. First thing that springs to mind is gearbox trouble. It's possible that he's unable to use second gear. If I stay in first, fourth up here, I can surely maintain the pace that will keep me in front of the Lamborghini. With the pain in my elbow. No, know that brace is started. I'm tensing up and clenching when I don't mean to. It's harder than I thought. It's hard. Come back in and you spin. Not going to be she's dead. Not going to get it. Minimum of motion, eh? Like a one night. Doesn't he know Mazona's in 10? Yashio is 11. Shunaiba is 12. Ilzumi Kitahara is 13. Jackson Taylor is 14. And Yosuke Utami is 15. What are you doing, 8-6? You're not looking so sharp today. The Ferrari and the Porsche are getting away because of you. But still, I can't pass due to how narrow the roads are. That's the peninsula for you. Dago here. We're hearing that 8-6 is having some transmission trouble and can't use second gear. Does that match what you're seeing? I can't tell. Seems to be driving the wrong way. It's not accelerating too well uphill. Hasn't the 8-6 always been like that? I've got an idea. Once you exit the hilly residential section, drop down into first. Let's assume the 8-6 will slow up and use that chance to overtake it. Over! Can't you anything on the scene? Pull ahead! I feel bad about overtaking her, but our cornering tool will have to wait. At least until the next race. Yeah, got it. They probably should have used first gear there. Fix it open up. How you want right? No problem. But that. And the only reply you could give for a while now, I think you're in trouble. There's no blame in this push at all. This elbow must be seriously hurt. So bad he can't even openly engage with the food. But thanks, but this is not bad. I know the 6 managed to pass him. He's closing in on him again. Back. He's back. That's not really back. Considering the time, I have to imagine Yanagita wasn't expecting such a bold move. The stick isn't giving up without a fight, though. What will the ordering king of Earth victorious? Yeah, get out of this line, jeez. But you can use half of my 500 HP. I guess the daddy, they haven't done it. The track is going to cut half of it. There's not enough room. 2 cars. This is turning into a high-stakes game of chicken. The stick is stuck on the outside. He's supposed to fall back. On its way back up the thing, right? It's not a reputation. No one thought he'd see this division change. And who else would be the guy in that storm?
Yeah, that's my dog. I'm watching season 3 of the new. Well, it's not the new initial drift, but GT86, where he drives the flat 86, the car any of us can own currently. I either want to get a 350Z or 86, because a Panda Torino is just not going to be around. I want something small.
think that'll become clear when you look back on the day. He goes on the attack and risky points for other drivers who hesitate to even try.
Because he's underpowered.
Special advanced education. They only specialized when it came to low-speed sectionals. I don't think so. No mind of the road, brother. Kind of getting things fast.
Well, he's up to fourth now.
Was that Connaughton just now? How on earth did he fall so far behind? Oh. It's never a problem. Breaking like a magnet with left foot in the corners. Must be how he compensates for his lack of torque in third gear. One foot pumps the brakes, while the other stays planted on the accelerator, allowing it to maintain the speed while increasing the boost from the turbines. Turbo lag has more or less been eliminated these days, but I guess stuff like this comes in handy in the right conditions. I've never even considered how to drive without being able to use second. When it comes to first, practically the default gear. Watching it is mesmerizing. Almost makes me regret having to pass him.
Let's look at the battle for 7. The two Toyotas. The fourth gradually climbs uphill from this point onto Route 138. And putting the pressure on the 8-6 with only a sheet of paper between them is the 885 dump. Group to set up. It's about time you pass the 8-6. Start moving around.
You were here in the driver's seat. You see what a masterclass is putting on. That learning will be worth it.
This is a score. If you finish in this position, the park will tell you a new one.
I reach. I'll overtake him at the T-point corner ahead. Go on ahead, brother.
The 885 car pulls off a sweet overtake on the 8-6. Is that the end of the much anticipated battle of the rookies?
I'd still say Kanagiri is putting up a great fight. The cornering we were seeing while braking with his left foot shows remarkable adaptability. More than a few times he displayed his intention to pass cars that had overtaken him. That resilience and refusal to surrender, it reminds me of his mentor, Takumi Fujiwara.
Takumi!
I recall something he told me last year. He mentioned a particularly unique driver among his students, and how he wanted him to experience a year in MFG.
He must have been talking about Kanata Katagiri.
That's my guess.
Action! Here we have 8-6 in the 13. Looks like the Toyota has this right.
It's hard to believe this kid's human. I don't think anyone out there would disagree that the Eau Rouge is by far the least popular section of this course with the drivers. You come out of a tunnel at top speed, only to be greeted by a sudden incline that slopes down mid-corner. The lack of downforce can make stock cars like these take off and lose control.
Not the 86 though. Because it wasn't designed to be drove at top speed like that.
With fantastic views, I might add.
Let's go to our camera at the first hairpin. Point for momentum in water. And sure enough, the 8-6 seems to be struggling again, hampered by lack of acceleration. And Kanata Katagiri falls even further behind.
I'm racing all these mile races with a C rating, by the way. Just keep that in mind when you're building parents or just building races in general. Apparently, you can win with a C rate.
Takahashi, your patient has taken a turn for the worse.
Understood. You're right. Third lap. Transitioning from the inland portion to the peninsula. As Kanata raced on, racked with pain, a change began to occur inside of him. Something that had grown dull from a year spent away from racing gradually came back into sharp focus. His loss of motivation following the death of his mother, shunning the world, turning his back on his passion, trapped in a downward spiral, searching for his identity, a maze with no exit. All of these circumstances which cornered him mentally started to fall away one by one, until, in the end, only two elements remained. The first, his deeply ingrained racing skills, learned at an impressionable age. And the second, a purely competitive spirit. Ironically, because of this bout of adversity, Kanata Rivington regained his peak ability. But even as he ascended to the level he'd previously reached, his inability to use second gear remained an obstacle, one he couldn't easily overcome.
Try to take it easy on these narrow peninsula roads. The 8-6 Liberty ski to the Seaport corner. Do a cut back and pass them on the inside.
Copy that. This is going to be a fun pass to execute. The Godly 15 make their way along the peninsula. As the racers enter the third lap, this section will mark the race's halfway point in terms of distance. The biggest movements in the race tend to happen near the end of the fourth
His
lap.
grandpa.
Let's pay close attention and watch what the leading group does.
Damn it. The 5 car is acting like it'll be an easy overtake.
I can see why. 5.2-liter engine with 620 HP. He's got it easier uphill.
Kanada's going to get past at the T-point corner again. That'll put him in 10th, despite starting in 3rd. At this rate, when he hits the final lap, there's a chance he could end up in last.
It's a possibility. But despite that, Kanada Katagiri will grit his teeth and continue to race. Both of us know the truth. And that's all the more reason to stick it out. We need to see this through. Of all the last place finishes in MFG, this one definitely has to be the most meaningful. Here's the 5 and 8-6, battling for 9th place. Both cars are navigating narrow residential streets on their way to the T-point corner. Here comes the corner. Let's go.
He's gonna come last. Kanada, you must feel awful.
Let's go! Bro, Phantom Shift. Oh, I didn't even know you could Phantom Shift. What did he just do? He downshifted to first and then shifted right back to third within a split second around the turn. Because he can't use second gear. That's crazy. No way.
The warm feeling of reaching over to me from the passenger seat. Whatever this is, it's about my left arm at times. As if the pain was never done. Time for some revenge.
Huh? Hold up, man. Keep cool and don't do anything rash. Just focus on maintaining. car that passed me. I need to
Come on, I gotta win this. What? Okay.
The gap between these two was previously at 7 seconds, but in the transition from the peninsula to the inland roads, the 8-6.
There we go. Cha-ching.
Turn. It's like the asphalt's different when he drives on it. How the hell are you breaking the laws of physics and making your own? He moves up a place! The 8-6 regains some of his ground! What you talking up? The 8-6 is coming for you! There's no way! I thought his transmission was acting up! I don't know any details, so don't ask me! But he's hurtling like a fireball! Try not to let him pass you! Over! Want me to stop him? You've got to be kidding.
Yeah, good luck stopping him.
From the inside again? Why are the rookies insane?
Well, the rookie's insane because they're smarter than you.
It's not my problem. But I hope this doesn't traumatize you, Nagia. There's no slowing him down! This Red Bullet can't be stopped! He's clearly gotten into some kind of zone or something! As far as Predator Duck, we go back to the 8-6 car as it negotiates the hairpin turns! And accelerates sharply! Is this the same driver? There's no doubt he's shifting from first to second gear! But that makes his plotting at the start all the more confusing!
It's called a game plan. Did he fake everybody out by faking engine trouble or gearbox trouble in the beginning? And then the second lap go, all right, time to show him. I think he did. I think he faked them out. He faked out the entire field. That's crazy. See, a lot of people hate this new season of well, it's not an initial drift, but this new season, I like it. Or this new trio of seasons, I should say. I've been watching it. I like it. It's not drifting, but it's toge. I like toge. It's literally one step away from from drifting. I mean, he is drifting though, and they're racing part of the track. The what's his name did his run on every night for his dad for his job in initial drift. It's part of the route.
Taking any corner. So most drivers aren't careless enough to leave a gap on the outside. But you have to decelerate while you're on the outer edge. And while turning, you open up that outside space. The driver in the 8-6 aims for that tiny window where a car can fit into that gap. And he's been successfully hitting the target every single time. If he was a fraction of a second off, he'd fail. Imagine a swordsman with years of practice, who's mastered the ability to dodge, then counter an enemy's strike with incredible consistency. It's a guaranteed kill. Kanada Katagiri may be English, but based on what I'm seeing, I'd compare him to a samurai. The camera is picking up the same group as
We got a good run on here.
He took the downhill four stretch at truly astonishing speed. Now the sixth place 8-6 is gaining on the pair, competing over fourth place. Kanata Kanagiri mystifies us once again with his warp speed racing. Are you for real? He's back in the game? All right then. If that's the case, I'll worry about the portion later. My main objective for this race was dueling with you, and that's what I intend to do. They made it through the alley corner and are heading to the uphill section. The 8-6 GT holds its ground against two fat or powerful opponents. And now that its second gear is usable again, it's showing a fighting spirit that seemed non-existent before. That part isn't surprising. After all, Kanata Katagiri currently holds the record for the peninsula section. Which makes watching him falter during those early laps all the more regrettable, if you ask me. It's a double-edged sword, an attack like this. His tires are probably more worn down than the other drivers. It's hard to imagine him maintaining this kind of speed all the way to the checkered flag. So the 8-6 is behind me in the other car now? How perfect. I couldn't ask for a better turn of events. The image of me keeping those two superstar rookies in check is being broadcast all over the world. I was the champion 2 years in a row, and I'm going to make sure people don't forget that. Once across Manazuru Bridge, the drivers face the unbalanced corner. Fujin Nishigami, Cinnamon Emoshi, and Kanata
One more.
It's impossible to take your eyes off this three-way battle. Keep sandwiched in like this is stressful as hell. The cars plunge into unbalanced corner. There they go! The course now gets steeply downhill. The 8-6 is under the climb. I smell danger in the air, viewers. He's falling off! Here? Where's she gonna go? Folks, it's my job to commentate, but I'm finding myself speechless at the moment and still trying to process what exactly I just witnessed here. I mean, if you could help me out, please. That was one intense overtake. The 8-6 forced its nose in at the narrowest point possible. It's hard to imagine anyone else even attempting that. The 885 was effectively pushed out of the way. Considering how his line wasn't actually blocked, I doubt there are grounds for a rules challenge. What we just saw falls under what MFG considers to be fair racing. Whether it's fair or not, the 885 was paralyzed, essentially forced to hold its position without any possible moves to make. You'd never see this sort of thing in circuit racing. It's the kind of monster that lurks within street racing, where there are no escape zones. Plus, it requires just the right demonic touch to bring it to the surface, as Kanata Katagiri demonstrated. Humiliated. He mentally outgunned me and I couldn't do a damn thing. When it comes to Kundo Pride,
Dad, do you not like anime now? I love anime. It looks so good. Anime looks so.
If I'm being honest, he strikes me as the bigger problem. The stop-and-go nature of the peninsula section should be enough to keep him behind me. Although, as soon as we enter the high-speed section of the course, there's no telling what he might try. Come on and show me. How are you going to get past that portion? No matter what I tried, I couldn't. But I get the feeling you can. Show me what you've got so I can learn from it. Take me to a zone I've never seen before. The trio now negotiates City Hall Corner, nearing the end of the peninsula for a fourth lap. After failing to overtake the one car, the 885 car has fallen back a place. But his fellow rookie in the 8-6 was quick to pick up the fumbled baton, positioning himself now to strike it past the one. It's getting tense, folks. Kanata Katagiri is shot through the field with the calm and steady precision of a sniper. Can the former champ block him out? Can he stop County aptitude of Katagiris must scare the hell out of the other drivers. He'd never admit it, but Ishigami has to be drenched in a cold sweat. And they rocket past the post office at full throttle. You can smell the sense of danger beneath that sweet stench of burning rubber! This is it. He's gonna try something. You can straight up see the 8-6 pulsing with aggression. There he goes! The 8-6 is making it. Into fourth place ahead of the one car. Another split-second kill. Not even Ishigami can thwart that execution. Break this down for us. What in the world did we just see? A surprise, for sure. I've never even considered a maneuver like that. He took advantage of a weakness distinctive of the European supercars. The road angles downward into a slope on that second hairpin, resulting in a pronounced height difference. Which means the car with the lower ground clearance can't take the shortest line at that speed without bottoming out. The 8.6 isn't much higher off the ground than the 911 GT3, but that difference gave him just enough leeway to attempt a daring pass on the inside. The chassis struck the road. Will that cause any problems? Mark, holy crap. No, I don't think it'll be a problem down the line. Come on, Canada, do you have to play it so rough? This stretch currently boasts the second highest recorded speeds of the entire course. Can the superior horsepower of the one car give him the edge for a comeback? This stretch allows him to open up the throttle until they hit Zushia corner. But there's only one ideal line due to the undulating nature of the road. Kaneda Katagiri continues to impress me. He's positioning his car perfectly to block the one car from passing it. I don't know what's beneath that hood, but I think it's pretty safe to say the 8.6 receives a substantial upgrade in preparation for this third race. Doesn't matter how perfect his line was, that's the only logical explanation for how he can fend off the one car on this back straight. They're now entering the Nushia corner. He starts off the race knowing the kinds of tricks you only see in street racing. And here he is in the back, driving with the control of Vision Pro. Oh, hell yeah. The stronger the enemy, the sweeter it is to knock
Yeah, let's see. Come on, show me something, Ryan.
What?
Talking to myself.
There's nothing about it. And here comes our lead group, completing the fourth lap and heading into the fifth and final run. Michael Beckenbauer, Koki Sabatani, and Kaito Wakaba. With the 12 leading the pack, it's a three-way brawl for first, and only 6 seconds behind. It's the 8.6 still riding high from its last skirmish. He's fought his way up to fourth place, and he's showing no signs of slowing down. The super rookie is really working to earn that title today. Kawakiri's killing it. He's freaking awesome. Beckenbauer on his smug ass. The one car's in fifth place with the 885 in sixth. Oishi in the 3 is 7th. Yanagita in the 6 is 8th. Mazono's 13 is in 9th. Sakamoto's 13 is 10th. Iva in the 9 runs 11th. Yashio's 16 is in 12th. Kitahara's 18 is in 13th. Taylor in the 8 holds 14th. And Otani's 7 car is 15th. There's still ground to gain in this one last lap. And these 15 sprinters are going full force and flat out to win it. Now then, back to the race. Into the black and white zone they go. He's left the sweetest line wide open. I don't know if he's planning something or what. If you leave a space open for me, it's my personal policy to plunge right in. All right, horsepower. Give us your top speed. Let's see what you've got. The Q-Goers popping out from the 12th slipstream, with a 4-car clinging on tight behind them. You've been aiming for that pocket of air. Not bad, Sabatani. Not bad. How'd you like me now? That 670 horse is charging past you. The Midnight Straightup's final lap is turning into a merciless test of pure power. The music of the Ferrari's engine explodes off the tunnel wall. And just like that, he passes both cars. The race have scrambled his first, second, third train positions.
I guess he's showing up.
Don't forget what Fujiwara always told you. Don't ever phrase your goals in the form of a question. State them like an absolute certainty. I can't do this. I will catch up. The two cars' superior power and speed is on full display. The pair behind them are struggling to keep up. Can't you face this dude? What the hell is up with him? The two charges onward with the 4 and 12 in hot pursuit. Akaba may have an edge for the time being, but this next stretch of the peninsula will be critical to maintain it.
Uh-oh. In this next section, that's when the 86 is going to catch up when they start hitting the turns. That flat 86 is going to be able to catch them supercars. And this is why. The flat 86 has a lower lever limit, so it can run in third gear, whereas the supercars have to go down to second gear to make these turns. And since the flat 86 is technically underpowered compared to, let's say, a Ferrari 450, you know what I'm saying? It's underpowered in comparison. So it's going to be easier for them to navigate the turns.
You don't want to look away from this one, folks. Don't even blink. The top three are really that close up the gaps. But it's going to be a tall order to execute a pass on these narrow peninsula roads.
I'm going to skip it.
Akaba's desperate to one up his second place win from last year. And just look at that prancing horse gallop. Get moving, Sabatani. What's wrong? Hurry and pass the two already. It should be child's play for you. Letting you make the first move. How long are you going to make me wait? All three cars are practically on top of each other. I've got the feeling something big is about to happen, folks. There's only one real advantage this car has over a Ferrari. It's not as heavy as that beast.
And the 86 is lighter than all of y'all. So I guess he got the best cornering.
A downhill duel on the brakes is the best way to do it. Like guys like you, trying to pounce on every girl that happens to cross your line of sight. I mean, where's the beauty in that? My 17 complex, on the other hand, it's just as refined as my driving. The four-car comes out in front. Koki Samadani has finally managed to take the lead. I'd rather be a perv with discerning taste than a womanizer lacking any standards. It's classier that way. You gotta hand it to Samadani, overflowing with fighting spirit. That was a seriously fearsome overtake. Now it's your turn to hold back that snotty German, Akaba. While I build up a nice fat margin. Whoa, hang on, what's this? Is the 12 making its move? But the two's not having it, attempting to throw it from behind. He's relying on horsepower alone to pass it on the outside. Oh, and he failed. Talk about unfortunate timing. He's blocked by the first fork on the course. Kaito Akaba dropped back to third. Damn you. Oh, crap. Michael's already on my ass. He barely put up a fight. Well, thanks for nothing, Akaba.
This is every bit as shocking as it is utterly brutal. Kaido Akaba just got stopped.
In all fairness, I have to stand up for Akaba here. His driving was just fine. From what I saw, he didn't make any mistakes. The only problem is his two rivals are driving at a genuinely absurd level. Their skill is almost unimaginable. That was obvious even in the qualifying trials, when they both set course records.
This is a wild season. Some might even say frightening. This new generation is rising too quickly for the mid-tier veterans to keep up. They're being left in the dust.
What's wrong with these maniacs? They don't even hesitate at the thought of trading paint. Zero qualms at all about the kind of roughhousing that can get them flagged. I've never felt so enraged, and I'll never forget it either. The Katakiri?
Mm-hmm.
When did he?
We should go on in. And here we go. 386 is driving it from the inside. They're side by side. And it's a tight fit. And he's through. Overtake accomplished. Katakiri has third place. Very peninsula's over. Katakiri set his record. The way he's driving now, he clearly wants to make sure he never forgets it.
The exit line is a bit wider than how I pictured it. There it is. I'm understeering.
Note the closing gaps. The 8-6 is really dug in deep. There's no telling the outcome of this race. I couldn't even hazard a guess. But this tri-colored cluster of cars remain locked in combat. Wow! The 8-6 car is making the push. Beckenbauer, the king, is making sure. Overtaken by a rookie that is gonna hurt. The 8-6 slipped right past us. It was like magic. I can't believe my own eyes. What happened? Akiara, can you explain that?
I got it.
What?
He took advantage of the height gap between the asphalt and the shoulder. Boy, that move really takes me back. It was one of Takagi Fujiwara's favorite tricks. Man, oh man, this kid. He never runs out of surprises. Was that due to his tires? He never pulled anything like that in the other races. So why would he resort to it now? Don't tell me his tires are starting to lose their grip.
Beckenbauer, the king, has been usurped. Overtaken by a rookie that is gonna hurt.
Sakana's in front of Michael now? I didn't think he was that good. How do you get one over on that speed demon? Regain your composure. Take deep breaths in order to steady your pulse. To perform near 100%, humans need to be relaxed. This is just an additional objective.
Second things won't change. The final lap is already halfway done, and the tricolor battle continues. Corner. And shoot that! These three cars are all powerful, but will the 12 outdo the rest on the uphill section?
What's going on? This is my big chance. Excellent work, Commodore Riddington. As long as you're in between us, I'm safe from Michael's attacks.
You're not safe.
Cars are exiting the corner together.
Hang in there. Two cars running parallel out of a corner slows both down, which will give me a chance to widen my lead.
But the 8-6 is not giving up without a fight. They take the corner side by side.
Wow, this is crazy.
Leading to the unbalanced.
How have I not got a bad moves in it or something? Weird.
Over and over, we've seen God as a God that can't come out on top in situations like this. But this time, he's against the force leader, a racer who's built different.
It's definitely the tires. No second gear in the first half cost him all his tread in front. Specifically, he's paying the price for pushing his lateral grip to its limit. He'll have to switch to holding on to his current position now. He doesn't have the proper weaponry to duke it out with the leaders.
And the true winner of that intense dogfight between the 8-6 and the 12 has to be the 4. He's a good 20 meters ahead of them now. He still has a chance at season. It's looking like his first win of the season is firmly within his grasp.
You don't get a face, Amatari. I don't tend to push this hard, but you're about to see what happens when I spit for real.
Jump soon. You need whatever grips you have left. For now, build your focus and save the biggest act for the final straightaway. Copy that. Is it my imagination, or is the 12 car gradually catching up to the 4? One thing's for certain, we're seeing a gap widening between enemy 8-6. Katakiri appears to be struggling.
I assume the wear and tear on the tires is holding him back. I've still got grip on the rears, but lateral movement's going to be rough in front. I'm not forfeiting anything until I'm done, but I know those two won't give me anything to work with. They're that good.
Does your love so in this world, in this man, wonderful love.
The number 12 car has just received the attention flag. Can you believe the timing, Akiyama? This far in the final lap?
You can feel the confidence fueling his choices, even though I don't personally favor his conservative racing style.
Still, it's hard to argue with the results. It looks like he's truly on another level.
He keeps on gaining, even though I'm driving the same as I did during qualifying. You're fast, Michael. So damn fast, it gives me chills. This is what I need to work on. Whenever I'm fully focused and going top speed, my breathing becomes erratic, and my pulse gradually increases. I still have a long way to go before I'm on par with the world's greatest.
Here he comes. The gap between the pair continues to shrink. The racers are entering the second hairpin turn. He's right with it. The monarch of MLG is back in contention. They hit the straightaway. The 12 is pulling into the 4 slipstream. It's the moment of truth. Who will be the king of the mountain?
I've got a bad feeling. All I can do at this point is place total faith in my car and slam on the gas. I'm counting on you. Hang in there, A110!
The 8-6 seems unable to pick up the slipstream. At this point, it's fair to say he's no longer in position to win the race. But who will? When will the 12 cars strike? Solitari and Beckenbauer head for City Hall corner at full throttle. Both have serious momentum.
You can't give up the inside line. If he shoves himself in, this race is over! Stello, Savatari.
This corner decides everything. They slip out the race.
Around the outside? Screw you, Michael. That's the one option you have!
They're neck and neck as they emerge from City Hall corner. This battle of willows and blinders creating blinding spot. Into the high-speed twist-side turn. Into the tunnel.
The gap between the leading pairs suddenly shrunk. I see. driving side by side with as their lines and their speed drops. I'm not sure how this is going to end, Obita. It's taken a strange turn.
How was that?
Despite the clouds, we might just see a silver lining. Damn it! So that's the reason Michael took the outside line! Because it fits! Good. I've got no space! And now Thomas is right over there! It's the biggest mistake of my life!
With the finish line in sight, the decision trouble up again. Beckenbauer leads. Achilles in second, and Toki Shawatani falls back to third. What a turn of events! What a finale! I don't believe we've ever seen this many position changes during a final lap before. And now, points leader Michael Beckenbauer adds a third win to his current streak. Next comes the rookie Konica Kazakini, who grabs a respectable second place finish and cuts it.
To the ducklings.
Still tickle Edward.
Once you pop, the pop don't stop.
Farewell, commoners.
George and Junior are fed up. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today, but they went up.
I'm Adam. That's Rome. And we're professional drifters in Formula D. Let's watch some initial D. First clip. I don't know where you have to read it. So good. I love how intense they are. Right there.
The music right away
Right.
is super intense.
Oh, how did he do that? Imagine that much weight transfer.
Inertia drift, right? So Kansai drift, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So inertia.
They're showing so much inertia. It's mind-blowing. It looks like a low rider going into the corner.
8.6
Yeah.
on stock suspension. It's gonna roll that
It's
hard.
gonna roll that hard. It might roll over.
Like
Dude.
up and then
I know.
over, boom, back across it. So that's pretty accurate. My name is Rome Charpentier, and I'm a professional Formula Drift driver. He's in the opposite head-on traffic. Fades across traffic and back into traffic. Right on.
I love that he's like the chillest character. Oh, I'm just a child delivering tofu. Not a big deal. Oh, full lane change in the opposite traffic? Yeah, let's do that. And then when people talk to him about it, he's like, I don't know, man. I'm just delivering tofu.
But they did a really good job editing it and like cutting it too. Because if you look, as he flicks in, the guardrail lights, like they light up the
They
guardrail.
light up, right?
Then they transition and they light left. So
Yeah.
technically, he would be able to see if there was a car coming head on because there's no lights on the guardrail.
He's just that good.
And yes, that's 100% possible.
To nail it every time?
Not
I don't know,
to
dude.
not die right away,
No.
but if you took all of it away, all the road away, and just did like a wide open
Yeah.
pad,
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
you could figure that out.
For sure.
It shows you how long he's driven that mountain. Bro, driver,
Most.
we're like, let's not try this.
Yeah. Next clip. Again with the aggression. This water cup thing is always, it's like, it follows me. I've had so many people ask me, like, also, can you, like, drift professionally? Can you, like, keep the water in the cup?
So I used to have a white EG hatch back in the day, and I have a foam water
Let's
cup
cheat this one.
with lines drawn on it. And I tried to see how high I can get to
Yeah.
but I realized that the water, if you're not drifting, the water's not going to stay in the cup.
No
As soon as you hit
way.
the brakes,
Oh,
the
dude.
water just goes all over the
Everywhere.
windshield, and you're
Yeah.
like, well, that was failed like from the start. That was a failure.
From the jump.
And then on a Civic, it's like the cup holder is this like tray thing that you pull out.
Yeah.
So it sits there, and even over a bump, the whole cup goes like this. I'm like, this is not going to work
No.
at all. So we're supposed to be running a toge event coming up, and I'm going to see if I can make a cup holder,
Put a camera on.
put a cup, like styrofoam cup, because
Yeah.
I figured anything else is going to hurt.
Yeah.
Put it in there and see how high I can get the cup, and
Yeah.
if I can drive the mountain. Obviously, you can't have it gripped up to the moon. You have to
No,
have
yeah,
it
it is loose.
a loose setup car would be a smaller tire, so not a 315/40, but something maybe like maybe like a 185/40.
Right, yeah.
Something like a commuter tire with a high tire pressure, so it allows the car to slide more and it's more flowy. It's not so like grip and tart.
And then you could do that with more than just tire and tire pressure, right? You can do that with suspension, alignment settings, all types of different things. So I always tell people when they first start, almost as loose as possible.
Yeah, make
Like-
it forgivable. So
yeah,
you can learn to drive the
Go out
car.
there and smile, get it sideways, and then dial in grip.
What I'm not going to tell you is I'm going to take saran wrap and saran wrap over the
Around
top of it so that it can't come out.
What I was going to tell you is I was going to do the same thing, but like make the water gel that's in.
RNG. There's no way I come in eighth.
Smooth. Look at him look down at it. He's like, this is cool. Yeah. All right, we're good. Look back up. Look at that. Look at this. Huh?
Is my floor getting wet? No,
we're good.
You can see him like spin the water around, so he's basically rotating it once and then getting ready to flip the other way, so the water will run around it, not splash back and forth. I actually drove a Corolla for a while in 8.6. That is a very realistic part, is that you have to keep the rotation and the like momentum up in that car.
Yeah.
It's not like your Supra over here where you just push the gas pedal and blow the tires off.
Put me on blast.
Hey.
Super sick as
Look at that. More like this E30 right here where you gotta keep your momentum up.
2JZ no shit.
Yes, exactly. I think it was automatic, but that's okay.
This is manual.
That one's manual. Yeah, it didn't work in my Civic, but maybe it will in a real car. Initial D.
Today's sponsor, Nissan, invited us to Nashville to check out the meeting seat in the all-new Nissan Kicks.
Have you ever been there before?
Nope, never. And I've never driven a Kicks.
You never go to
Stop driving.
Yeah, okay, whatever. Okay, I like the interior.
The screens are really nice.
I like the hints of red stitching along the side.
On our seats. Speaking of seats, Bose stereo in the headrest.
Music must sound amazing on this. This is nice.
Yeah,
This is very nice. I like it. It makes me feel all the bass to the head.
yeah. You ready to check out Nashville?
Yay!
Let's go.
The newly designed Kicks has a Bose Personal Plus system with 10 speakers throughout the car, including one in both front headers, giving you that live concert feel in every single drive. Well, that escalated.
That was loud.
Let me figure out how to fit all this in the car.
Kicks is way more cargo space than you think. We can just load up our stuff, and hold on. Please, you want the Kicks back there playing?
Ignore it. There's no way you're gonna notice. Keep it on.
If you're looking for a spacious, full-equipped concert on wheels, check out the all-new Nissan Kicks. To learn more, click the link below.
I'm gonna show dance. Glowing brakes.
With no lights on, right?
No lights on.
Get the lights off.
Yes.
Oh, they are on now.
In there, dude. Can you imagine how much that destroyed the bottom of your car?
And the rims.
Oh, and just everything?
I think you've got the wanted obbies on that too, so you're running some expensive wheels.
Super
just
expensive.
hanging over the side, all the shit to go around
In
in
there, Watanabes are like meant to bend, and they make it out of metal that's super soft, just for pure performance. And the guys always run on the street, hit a pothole, and break the wheel, and they're like, "I paid so much for this wheel." Like, most of these are magnesium. Yeah, it's broken.
I think he was talking earlier in this scene that he learned how to do this because of the ice and the snow, that he could hang
that's
inside
right.
to not slide off the
that's right.
road. So this was just a natural thing, like we're going so fast, the GTR is all-wheel drive. I can't hold the line like a GTR can, but I know a way of finding traction and not wash out. The not wash out line is drop the inside wheels in the gutter and go around, because you can hold higher G's when the inside of the wheels are up against itself.
Yeah.
And I think honestly it would work.
Kind of do the same thing when exiting a corner and road race stuff, using the outside curbing that is bumped up.
Yeah, and you just lay up against the curbing. That's a faster line. Or to hang over the curbing. That's a faster line as
Yeah,
well.
so we saw it on anime. I want to see it in real life.
Totally possible.
Totally possible. Now they're not.
Whoa, where are you going?
The one in the middle, did it.
This clip is so fun. Like, this is a long time ago. So Corollas were actually cheap. To do that now is like, these dudes are doing well.
Yes.
Just seeing that right now, you're like, oh wow, you just hate money.
Yeah, that's like a $30,000 Corolla dragging
Each one. So that line is like $100 grand.
the second car in line. Does it pretty smooth. He settles.
I agree.
He stays on the inside and settles right back out.
Yeah.
So the other car just got scared, the chase car, and bailed out early. I think that's why the car got so upset. Yeah, I think it's very, very possible.
I'm not condoning this. Don't do this in your car.
And look, if you notice, the chase car is also in the gutter. It's also the camera car is a
Oh
Corolla.
yeah, that's right.
Look at the little pop-ups.
Dude, that's another $30 grand.
Yeah.
Where's your opinion initial view?
Probably technically me, just because the like crazy.
Amari, turn the light off, baby.
Sure.
And the focus of driving every single day. I mean, we drive legitimately. I drive over 100 days a year.
How you doing?
I just get in this thing called a car, and then you sit right behind this wheel thing, and you steer it right and left. That's it.
See, it's my messed up.
That's it.
That's better than
Because
what
I'm
I
the whole
did
one.
last.
Why?
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I remember watching you. at my
Girl,
very first job that I ever went to.
no
You
more.
had it was supposed to be pink chrome, but red chrome, but it turned into pink chrome, which turned into like a burnt orange.
In
Like,
30 minutes.
kind
In
of
30
not
minutes,
gray
you're going.
chrome.
It's
And
sleepy
I
time.
remember that car. And even the very first thing that I ever went to go watch was at Little Springs on the concrete oval, and you just killed it. You killed everybody. No one could chase you. You had the number one lead. Like you were the best driver out there to beat by far.
I'm good. I really thought I was the guy with Sunburst R7, but I guess I'll take a wise old man.
I'm surprised I'm doing so well with a C rank in mouth.
Guys, is it better? Or is he looking over another thing? Fine. Oh yeah, there's the gutter.
In Japan, they have like two types of gutters. One that you can dip in, and the other ones that are just insane. You
Yeah,
drop
it's a big
wheel.
trench, right?
Yeah, it's stuck. So the fact that he's like, oh, I'm just gonna put my wheel over this, I'm that good, is pretty. I guess I'm just jealous.
I hear jealousy.
I guess I need to remind myself this is just a cartoon.
It is a cartoon.
So it just
I
kind of.
think we can duplicate some of this.
Let's try, dude.
Maybe that's a mission, is
Yeah.
to duplicate all the clips and see how many actually work and how many don't work.
I feel like that would be an expensive video with a lot of crashes.
In theory, yes, it's 100% possible.
Yeah.
If he's on throttle enough, there's enough weight jack in the car. Remember the first clip, right? The big inertia?
Yeah.
There's all that body roll. So
Yeah.
I could imagine that with that much body roll and setting on that back corner, like the weight jacking of the car, would lift that right front wheel. As long as you don't let off throttle, you're going to make it around.
Okay, this is going to divide the audience immediately. Okay, did you listen to the dubbed over English version, or did you watch the one with subtitles?
When
So
I got started in it, it was the dubbed version.
Uh-huh.
What I do is I'd normally watch it as I was
nothing.
eating, trying to eat and watch it, like not very successful. So
No,
it's
yeah.
way easier for me to do it in English,
Yeah.
and my reading wasn't very good. The Japanese version felt more like authentic, and I know it sounds
Yeah.
really weird, but it
Yeah.
felt
No,
more
that's
accurate
not.
to what was going on, and
Yeah.
more like vibe.
Yeah.
I think either version is really, really good. I mean, it's drifting, it's mountain racing, it's all these things, and all these cool characters that are so like dynamic and different,
Right.
all in one, and they're all behind like one passion of drifting. Next clip. Look at that, in a proper car too.
Yeah, yeah.
Look,
Oh, yeah.
big front bar and no droop. So they take the droop out of the front end,
Yeah.
so the shock can't drop out. Boom, it just limits it and keeps it right up there.
Which is a strange kind of setup, because for the most part, you want some droop in the front to keep the tire down so you have the grip. But again, it's uphill. I mean, you know these chassis are really well. That's 36.
Yeah, you can get a lot more droop than that. We have probably another 5 or 6 inches more than that. We have a lot of droop in the front.
Yeah.
But he's running a pretty tight setup, probably based on the grip
Yeah.
and like what he's trying to accomplish. So
Oh, he like,
licks it in.
look, he actually is that heat, right?
Well, let's watch the inside tire.
That back left was locked. It's a tiny
I
one.
think he just hits the cable
Yeah,
lock.
that, boys and girls, is why it's called a turn lever.
Turn lever.
Yeah, they
Turn
turn
up. Like we love turns. Or
I'll
like.
take turns with my lever.
Oh, okay.
No, in rally, it's just called like a turn brake. The handbrake was called a turn brake as well, because you use it to rotate the back bar around to help you get into the corner.
That's why it's like that.
That's the. Again, these guys are so ballsy. They're just jumping
Right next to the guardrail, too. Look at that.
Yeah, he actually jumped his car.
Are they flat bottom?
I think it's rear engine.
But it just, yeah, it's like an actual train. Again, I would never want to win so much.
Yeah, no, that's impossible. No, that one is impossible. That's impossible. He ain't making the next corner. Look, if you jump your car off of a corner, guess what? You're destroying it. And it's RX-7, by the way. You're destroying the bottom of that RX-7. There's no doubt in my mind. A 10 to 12 foot drop onto just straight asphalt, yeah, you're destroying the bottom of pretty much any race car, especially an RX-7. Those things are super low. So there's there's nowhere to go. It just you're probably not getting to that next turn. It's boosted. What are you doing? Get your pull up. Right there. Out of the bag. Right there on the desk. Yep. That's because you got the phone in your hand. Put the phone down. Oh.
Two homes. And they might not be there.
They might not be fast enough to come get you in no brakes.
Absolutely.
If you got no brakes on the downhill, you are jamming.
You are
Jamming.
you are going. So
Especially in a heavy skyline.
check your brakes.
Is that possible? Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Next clip.
Hold on to it, dude. Hold on to it. Wait for it.
With a long
Some of these
run.
stats back.
There it is.
The ultimate technique.
Here we go.
Ultra super late braking.
Imagine thinking that.
Look, he uses that on top of the gutter.
Yeah.
He's doing two techniques now. Now he's double techniquing this thing.
This is the bane of my existence when I was doing any sort of coaching, because everyone wants to be that guy that just
Talk with me.
ultra braking.
Yeah, everybody wants to be talking to me, bro.
It's funny that people think of it as a technique, whereas just in road racing in general, that's just a thing. You're not like, hey, I'm gonna turn it on now. For the most part, like that's what you're trying to do
The whole time.
the whole time. It's not just like, you know what? This time, what people think is like super late braking, they assume that you progressively go harder and harder. Because in everyday life, you come up to a stop sign
You brake
and
late.
you just like give more and more. In road race, you actually press almost 100% right before lockup, and you taper off as you come in. Because if you hit the brakes as hard as you can, the weight of the car is going to go forward.
Yep.
And as you let go, it's going to want to balance out. And you want to as balanced as possible when you come around the corner.
Is it possible? Yes. Could Takumi do it? I mean, if he could do everything else, I'm sure he could do this quite easily. The way that this would actually work is the Corolla is significantly lighter than that S chassis.
Yeah, let's keep it going. Next clip. All right. Hard on the brake. That's just me, dude. Brake check? Brake checking? Yeah. In road racing, guys will do this sometimes on like a straightaway, and they'll use their left foot, and you're still staying on the throttle enough to
The brake lights come on.
just so the brake lights come on, and so somebody behind you kind of like checks up. I mean, it's a thing. It's a real tick move, dude.
Yeah, I know.
That's not a technique. That's just called being an
And I think you gotta make sure that your opponent or the guy chasing you is actually paying attention.
Yeah,
Because I don't know if I would have been fast enough to hit the brakes there.
I know.
I think we're trying to shift up and go.
Yeah.
I'd be like, oh wait, brakes? What?
Just what? Yeah.
Done. And why are you adding extra heat to your brakes that are already not good? Like you're running downhill, you need to keep heat out of your brakes. I'm not gonna be slamming on brakes down the straightaway.
Sure. Not much of a technique. Don't do that. Next clip.
Good chill.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that. No, this guy is not. This guy.
I know.
Wide open. He's terrified.
Look.
I'm over there.
He's not even using his head, bro.
Wait, it's like tapping. There's like a lot happening right now. And he lights it.
That's a long time.
Yeah. Lane didn't move at all. He's got porch. Is he reaching for stuff now?
Yeah, his ashtray. That's going with his ashtray.
He's gonna do his taxes?
I've seen drifting no-handed. I've
Oh,
seen
yeah.
people initiate and throw no hands. I've seen no hand 360s.
True. Also, that Polish dude that literally has no arms.
Yes, he drives with his
So sick.
one of the
Dude,
coolest drivers.
So much respect. Are you kidding
Absolutely.
me?
The Corolla is 50-50 weight this year,
It is.
right? So
Yeah.
if we're going to say this is possible, the car is so set up and so balanced that when he throws the thing in, it just dead slides sideways.
Yeah.
As long as you stay on throttle, it should stay drifting.
I did that when I was a kid, when just going straight, and I had to change a CD, and I was eating, and that's shit.
You can't go in a straight line.
I know.
You're trying to drift the car.
Saying I kind of did it.
Is it possible? I would say yes. I don't know if I tried on a mountain pass.
Yeah, no, it's true.
Maybe in between cones on a big skid pad while it's wet.
Yeah.
You huck the car and dead slides for a second.
Yeah.
Just hurry up and try to make it happen. I don't know if I'd be that calm trying to figure it out. Next clip. So what did he say? Legendary voluntary? Sounds like a money shift.
That's shit law. See this? Yeah, I'm gonna just go into the lower gear.
That.
I mean, have you instructed before? Anybody?
Yeah, I've done some cool things too that help. I actually learned from Taka. If they keep doing, let's say they keep going the same way and they're like not on throttle or not this or not that, I would really throw a cone so that it forces them, like they have to fade in because the only way they can get around it. I have almost died though in a car because we were coming down on initiation and you know how you flick in? This is at Willow, so there's a greenhouse in front of you.
Oh, yes.
You go way too far.
Yeah.
I'm just having them flick in and set the car. I don't know why this was a cool thing. But he went to steer in and then reached on the inside of the wheel and turned like that and got stuck inside the wheel and we're sliding straight at the greenhouse.
Cool.
Basically, did everything I could to take the wheel, go the other way, and not die. Because we're going to hit that house just dead, square.
This is why I'm hesitant when people ask me to teach.
Now I do a lot of my teaching from outside. Like Taka, I was always wondering, why don't you get in the car with it? Now I understand why. You don't even need to be in the car. You can hear it. You can turn around and you can hear it. You're like, oh, not committed. Oh, too late off throttle. Oh, what's this?
Yeah.
All right, next clip.
Oh, you hate to see that. Yeah, I mean,
all double.
outside of crashing and hitting, that's the next worst sound. Yeah, it's just so bad. You all know what I know. When you work on your car, like I know you build all of it.
Yeah.
When you hear that, all I can hear is money and the time that I have to spend. Like literally while I'm crashing or something like this is happening, I'm like, well, how much is this gonna cost?
You know, what's that little Mr. Krabs guy?
Money.
So I actually blew mine up for chasing a old replica.
Yeah,
fast.
It's good.
Super fast.
All right.
And I don't know if it was just because I was trying to over push it, or what I think actually happened was he was hanging like two tires in the dirt, like he was cutting the corners to be faster. When he was doing that, I was sucking up dirt.
Oh, okay.
And I think I just sucked up enough dirt to where it came point. And I lost one cylinder. By the time I got to the bottom, I lost both cylinders. I got on the freeway with 2 cylinders. And the Corolla already doesn't make a lot of power.
No, dude,
You only got 2 magic. It was really bad.
Stretch power.
Yeah. And then I got to Mount Baldy, and then I lost the other one.
Oh,
Yes, it's very realistic.
very realistic.
And the whole slide and skid and all that, 100% can happen.
Yeah,
You have
for
to
sure.
explosive and locks up your drivetrain. You can push the clutch in. Hopefully, it's still, everything's good there. But I've seen it blow up so bad to where it locks everything.
Yes.
And yours along for the ride.
Or you pop it and all the oil spills out behind you, and then you're sliding around because of the oil.
Yeah, you're sliding on the oil.
So, like, I blew my motor in St. Louis so aggressively. I put 2 holes in my iron block. I put another hole through my oil pan, and then it blew straight down, hit the rack, snapped. Like, every oil that is possible in the car was out on the track. You just park it and you go. If you liked all the initial goodness, good news is that you can watch us drive every single initial.
So let's kind of get into my match and my thoughts during it was happening. So I immediately got in the clinch because I always rush in, and as soon as I clinched up, I knew something was different. They felt so strong. I was like, oh my god, this is a very strong old lady. What? So initially, because you did. I feel like everyone feel like this disease as well. So when you have blocks, yeah, I'll show you up.
Oh, Texas, nice.
I was fired. My mistake. I'm so sorry. What did you do then? I was caught distracted on an audible. Interim ranking. Oh, Jeff! Thank you! Thank you! Thank you! Hey, check out an audience with Statesman! Backwards Kirk is writing something out of an animal. Can we? I know we got here. First count.
I wasn't planning to go to WrestleMania 42. After seeing it would cost $50,000 to sit ringside, it looked like my road to WrestleMania was over. Until out of the blue, on the week of the event, I found a two. If you've never been to a car meet in America, you've seen them. You're walking through the parking lot, there's a Mustang, a couple BMWs, maybe a Civic Type R, and then suddenly you see 5 Subaru W. Unity, yes, I think. 77です。
Finding a racing driver is impossible, or is it? The good news is it's obtainable, even if you have a normal job. The bad news is it requires sacrifices.
Monday Air's multi-award-winning shampoo and conditioner is your dream wash day duo. Cleanse and hydrate with our ultra-nourishing formulas to smooth, moisturize, or bone. Your best hair doesn't have to wait. With Monday Air Care, have good hair every day.
It was established in 1948. Been a good time for a long time. All started when 2 brothers perfected that citrus dip. You got a minute?
Oh my gosh, bro. Are you serious on the last one? Might as well finish it.
To give a lot of sacrifices to get there. Financial struggles, uncertainty, doubts, even broken relationships. Most of us don't just spawn in there. But all of that with this crazy passion of wanting to compete and track. It's insanity, but with a passion. It's an undescribable love for the sport and its competition. Something that first gave us an itch in maybe sim racing and then track days. And now we're here. And those who are destined to race will race. This is a very special video for me, and I'm glad you're part of it. Let's get right in. Eiffel, home of the Nürburgring, but also home to the place that houses the Motorsport Academy, where you can make your racing license. So it's finally happening. I'm finally applying for my racing license, which means I will be becoming a racing driver. A rookie, but a racing driver. Now, this was what I was always dreaming of. And we will see if we can do all of this on a budget. Now we're here at Mendig, which is it's an airfield. This is where you can make your license. You will have to do some theory tests and practice tests.
We can do better.
These are exactly those people that we've met at the Essen Motor Show, and the goal of this is basically to still stay within a realistic budget. We will try and get sponsors. We will talk you through the entire step of what it takes to become a racing driver on a budget. I will talk about every little step from how we approach sponsors and
Run it back.
paying everything out of our own pocket at first, and then hope that we gather some people along the way to be supporting our journey, right? But here it starts. Our RCM car, a Mini, fully built for RCM, from full cage, carbon doors, everything it needs for us to compete in RCM this year. Let's treat all of this like as if this was making my Gran Turismo license. Play the launch music now. First of all the licenses that we need, which is the National A, and then there's the International D, C, and B that you have to make. Now the national one only counts for every national event that you want to do, say RCN, BMW, Challenge, all these things. But if you want to drive NLS, you need to have at least 5 races to get your International D license, and then you can drive NLS, which is an international challenge, which means you require the International D license. And there, usually, you also make your C license, and then you just keep going. And at some point, you have all the licenses that you need to drive GT3. That's what you want to do, and if you have the money, but I don't think I will be ending up there at all. So, yeah, but let's get ready. The cars are already starting. Let's get right into it. Everyone this day is making their first step into official motorsport, and the chances are high that the people that you meet here, the faces that you see, are people that you will see again further down your career. Erstmal darf ich fragen, wie lange du das hier schon machst.
Seit 20 Jahren.
Und in den 20 Jahren, die ganzen Gesichter, die man hier sieht und die das anfangen zu lernen, triffst du die immer wieder?
Ja, ich treffe einige davon natürlich auf der Rennstrecke wieder. Nicht immer unmittelbar nach so einem Lehrgang, aber immer so 15-20% sein, die auf der Rennstrecke wieder da sind. Ja.
Waren da welche dabei, die es dann wirklich weit hinaus geschafft haben?
Der eine oder andere ist in die Aries GT Masters aufgestiegen. Also es ist ein sehr, sehr fruchtbarer Lehrgang. Also da gibt es immer wieder gute Leute, die sich nach oben arbeiten.
Das ist doch dann bestimmt auch schön, so die Fahrer von Anfang an zu sehen, wie die sich entwickeln und dann auf einmal stehen die da oben.
Also wir haben hier natürlich immer nur einen ersten Eindruck von dem, was die Fahrer in der Lage sind zu leisten. Oft sehe ich die aber nachher in den Trainingssessions nochmal und da kann ich natürlich die ganze Entwicklung ansehen und dann macht es besonders Spaß.
And with the era changing year by year, if you have mates in sim racing that you just race together with, some of them you'd see at some point in their career where they entered their motorsport journey. For a lot of us, it starts virtually, and for some of us, it paves our entire way into motorsport. And for some of my friends, I was able to see this development as well, like Suelio Almeida, for example. And sim racers most of the time have humble beginnings. It's why I dislike it if they're just the influencer car. We start with not much besides pure motorsport fascination, and really just a dream of perhaps one day becoming a racing driver. Thinking even further back, like Steve starting Gran Turismo and streaming. Do you have thought this far?
Definitely not. I was thinking about this just now, actually, because in 2019 I first bought a sim rig with Fanatec equipment on it. So it's only sort of 6-7 years ago. Oh, I said 6, 7, didn't I? It's only about 7 years ago that I first bought a wheel. And then now I'm racing in a Porsche Cup car. I mean, that's pretty surreal, to be honest.
Every prep, like always, we do, always on a sim. Quite a lot of cars. This is more cars than some of the race series that you can drive. And you have all sorts of different participants in here. This is one of the things I find really cool. All of the people here are so chill. The higher you go up in the racing series, the more it becomes like very, I'd say, rich people, right? And here everything feels a bit like a family. The people from RCM come over and they give you information, you get help everywhere, and you know, if you have questions, you can just go and ask. That's a really nice introduction for me into motorsport. Yeah. I have to go into the car now. By the way, did you know that 80% of you aren't subscribed? Well, I did the thing. Anyways, before we move to the actual circuit layout, we would do a little bit of parkour that they set up for us. So they would set up some codes for us to drive through, and these codes were set up like gates, and every gate was set up randomly. To me, it was difficult to predict the exit because you didn't really see the entry or any real visual cues that you would usually have on a real track. On a track, you can learn it, you have your visual cue points, but with codes, it's a bit difficult.
I graduated from Southern New Hampshire University. I always said I would go back to school when I had time. I went on my website, I spoke to an admission counselor, we applied right then and there. That's when the journey really begins.
Going through the program, having the support that I had really helped me understand what I can accomplish.
And I learned this just by taking classes at night while working a full-time job.
Resources at FNHU were incredible.
I think if I was back at the beginning, I would choose SMHU all over again.
I can't believe you got an outside flower. Oh my gosh.
Because getting home late gives you that look. Give more love.
Something's missing.
Like what? A rug? I found one. Let's go get it.
You gotta get out of the driver's seat.
NASCAR driver Zane Smith lives life in the fast lane.
You don't have to go anywhere for just.
Afterwards, we moved to the circuit layout. This felt to me like a mini version of Sebring, not just because it was an airfield, but in terms of its bulkiness. First, it was time for us to do a rolling start before everyone was allowed to go into free practice, which meant we could set lap times, explore the limits of ourselves and our cars, and just have fun while not crashing. Now, with the rolling start, there were a lot of rules that we had to remember. If you fall behind, you can only overtake until the grid sign, and the minute signs don't really indicate how many minutes are left. So let's say it says 10 minutes, but it could still take 12 or 15 minutes until the next minute sign. And you should always just prepare beforehand to not get into panic and not be able to fasten your seatbelt and get ready in the car. Because remember, at some point your team also has to get removed from the grid, and then you're just there on your own trying to strap yourself up into your seat. And that's something that you should definitely avoid. Now, this is something that you will not learn on iRacing, so this was extremely helpful. Another interesting thing that I've learned is everything will be told in the briefing. Now, if you use green lights, a flag, or anything, that will be told in the briefing. If you do not appear in the briefing, well, that's a fine for you, and yes, an actual fine that you have to pay because you did not show up. If you're not instructed on how to start, not only do you put yourself into danger, but also everyone else, and you can delay the race. Honestly, all of this is a bit much information for my first race, so I don't think I will be doing our start. I would like to hand that to Hassan. Hassan, if you're watching right now, I'd be happily handing that over to you because I don't want to be responsible for delaying any start or putting us into last position. However, now it is finally time for open practice. It's basically like a track day. You can imagine it like that. Yeah, we will be sending it, and I'm new to real sending it because we're allowed to drift a little bit, we're allowed to slide, we're allowed to really test the limits of our cars here. Get used to it because it's better to get used to it here and you're in the middle of the race
Oh, the
and
end.
you find the limit of the car. That's not good. So this used to be an old airfield, and I don't know if it is still an airfield. No idea. Yeah, so people. Entschuldigung, das war mal kein Flugplatz mehr, oder? Ja? Nein, echt? Okay, so it's not an abandoned airfield. It's an airfield that's been used. I didn't know that as well. So crazy. Let's hope there's no plane landing. Okay, so there was no planes landing on us. However, my brakes were going to be the temperature of a jet engine because the timer was on 1 hour and 30 minutes. Now it was finally time for free practice, which meant I was finally allowed to push the car over 100%, and I was never really able to do that on tourist drives because logically don't do that there. And we would take a slow approach towards the main straight to let everything cool down, and once we arrived at the main straight, it was full set. And now, high speeds at over 200 kilometers per hour, going 230 on the main straight, approaching the first cone. So in between the third and second cone, I would brake, hard braking zone, now trail down into the apex, going early on the throttle to go wide on exits, over the cones, a little bit over the grass, and now back into the high-speed straight here, going towards the next braking zone, really hard one. Second cones, I would trail brake down into the apex, and now going wide, sliding a little bit, avoiding the gutters on the side because they can fly out and cause damage. Now approaching the section with the cones, and my PS4 as street sport tires were really struggling here. Approaching the next hard braking zone, a really beautiful one. Now braking down, trail braking into the apex, and setting up the car for the next corner. This section felt really great now. Keep the corner speed here, set the car up correctly, and now try to brake in here into the apex, and then go really wide on exit over the curbs, a little bit over the grass again, and then going towards the main straight, which was super on the steering line. This corner, I really noticed that I was on street tires and now reaching up high speeds again to finalize my best hot lap of the day of 1 hour and 30 minutes of free practice. This was a ton of fun, and we were able to really experiment with the car. Compared to the Nordschleife, this had way harder braking zones, and my car really isn't built for that. I built it for two drives to practice for my races, and this was a bit much for the brakes. We have brake pulling at the garage, and we want to install it. And I mean, like actual brake pulling pipes that connect with the dots on my front lid to give you really good brake pulling. But besides brakes and tires, it felt really great. Car feels really great. Now we pushed them to the limits, pretty much. On the normal grid, you don't have so many hard braking zones, and here you have them for every corner almost. So the brakes were on the limit. Now that's why we're gonna install some brake pulling. I already have that ordered though. Ring Toys already has that. Try your helmet on before, and don't buy it online without trying it. It might just don't fit. I've tried so many helmets now, and I have such a weirdly shaped hat that it's just not gonna. I don't know. Maybe I need some Chinese brand or something. I have no idea. However, we succeeded though, and besides me being absolutely drenched in sweat, I realized that, yeah, I need to really train and be active in a physical way. Finally did it though. I got my license, and the only thing between me and the next race is just the doctor appointment that I have to go to get my checkups. And that's everything I have to do, then we can race.
Potentially in my market. As long as it's a completely developmental receiver, they really think there's nothing at all whatsoever there. They're thinking it's in the second round. What do you think of that player? They think he's a bum. But once again, if you want the bigger tight end, there were more accomplished bigger tight ends. Yeah, what about Kazmir? Kazmir, if I say that name over and over again, I'll say Rash's name over. Yes, yes. The only thing I'll say with Raritan, where some teams might not be as excited for him as I am, is that he had experience. I'm a little low, right? I'd say symptoms include wearing a cool jacket, cold and calm demeanor, and have good taste in music. Poor Anne is not regular. The only people awake are those chasing something, either a really late night or a really early morning. Writers, drivers, doctors, butlers, and others. He'll be brought
On August 5th, 1864, the Battle of Mobile Bay began.
Something massive is about to hit Iran, but it's not what most people think.
So would you use a nuclear weapon against Iran? You posted on social.
No, we don't need it. Why do I need it? Why would a stupid question like that be asked? Why would I use a nuclear weapon when we totally, in a very conventional way, decimated them? No, I wouldn't use it.
What stood out for me from the Machinko law firm was the fact that it was a one-stop shop. Everything was just taken care of for me. I didn't have to call my insurance company. Never 30th day when I wrecked, and by the end of the year, everything was resolved for me. Our goal is to make them whole again as they were.
A nuclear weapon should never be allowed to be used by anybody.
So it's not that. What could it be?
Fox News alert, the commander-in-chief says you can't cave to crazy people, and Iran is a madhouse. Iranian generals have taken their country hostage. The cardboard supreme leader has been, quote, non-responsive.
No, he's not around.
Iranians don't have months or weeks. Energy traders say they may have till May.
Till May.
The president gave Iran's warring factions just a few days to get their ish together, and then says the ceasefire's over.
Something's going to happen in May that will completely destroy Iran, but before you hear what it is, understand that that's too long for some people.
How long are you willing to wait until you get a
Well, don't
black
rush me.
spot?
Don't rush me, Jim. Guys like you want to say, oh, so we're in Vietnam like for 18 years, we're in Iraq for many, many years. We're in for I don't like to say World War II because that was a biggie. But we were 4.5, almost 5 years in World War II. We were in the Korean War for 7 years.
Yeah.
I've been doing this for 6 weeks.
Ha! 6 weeks.
The military is totally defeated. They're outside of the little white sky ships. I call them the white sky ships, the little boats that they have running around with guns in them.
Right. Those boats dropped a few mines in the Strait of Hormuz, but as you're about to see, the thing that's about to happen won't be stopped by speedboats or mines or anything that Iran has left.
I said, oh, Trump is under pressure. Who's under pressure? They are. Because if they don't get their oil moving, their whole oil infrastructure is going to explode. You know what that means? Because they have no place to store it. And because they have no place to store it, if they have to stop it, something happens that only land can explain. Something happens underground that essentially renders it in very poor shape and you never recover. But you can recover 50, 60%, but you can never have it like it is right now. And they have a matter of days before that event takes place.
So Iran has a matter of days before their entire ability to be an oil-producing nation gets cut directly in half. And what exactly is the president talking about here? Here we go. Shutting down an oil field involves stopping production, which causes permanent reservoir damage to the oil well. Sediment clogs the rock pores. And if Iran lets this happen, they are totally finished.
The Iranian economy could be about to crash. Treasury says in a matter of days, Clark Island's oil storage will be full, and oil wells will be forced to shut. That's when you do damage. You can't just cap it, flip the switch, and pump it back out. The president says, quote, once those wells go down, sometimes they're down for good. Can never operate again.
And here's why Trump's waiting game might have been the grand scheme all along.
They're choking their economy. We are strangling their main source of revenue. They can't pay their own people. They're losing $500 million every single day. Carg Island is completely full of oil because they can't transport it to and from. So the president, the cards are in his hands. The United States maintains control over the situation. He has all of the leverage.
Now, the other interesting thing about this, if you look at the little map here, Carg Island is over here by the Strait of Hormuz, okay? The U.S. blockade is here. Now, we're not even close to their territory, but what did Trump do? He brought in all these troops. He made it look like he was going to invade. There were news reports, Trump might take Carg Island. We might put boots on the ground. Remember 3 weeks ago, everybody was freaking out about that. That's not going to happen at all right now. We don't have to put any boots on the ground. This thing is going to resolve itself. What are these guys going to do? Are they going to let their country implode? They're going to let their oil wells explode? Is China going to let them do that when it means their only source of oil forever will be the United States and the way they need it for their economy? I don't think so. How are they going to invade Taiwan if they have to buy the oil to do it from Taiwan's ally, which is us?
And China cannot survive economically without oil for much longer. We're talking days.
Days.
So absent some national defense edict saying that we can no longer export oil, here's how this is going to go over the next, call it 4 weeks. Oil's rising at a rate of 2 to 1 for China and even Europe versus here in America.
That's bad for them.
Due to this dwindling supply. China has about 10 days of stock right now on their shores, on the ground.
And once that runs out, they have to shut down these refineries. This is going to continue until supply in America runs out from our strategic petroleum reserve that Biden drained right before the election.
Thanks, Joe.
We're talking about 10 to 30 days here.
But Iran's only got a handful of those. China's got 10. We're looking at the biggest game of chicken ever thrown down on the world stage. And here's why.
He's made his red lines very clear. Iran can never obtain a nuclear bomb to threaten the United States and our allies, and they must turn over the enriched uranium that's in their possession. While it is very far into the ground, thanks to the success of Operation Midnight Hammer, it's important to the president that they hand that enriched uranium over.
Yep.
He's made that quite
My
clear.
bedtime,
And
baby.
now we're waiting to hear back from the Iranian regime.
Vacuum ships in the Strait and sees 2 of them. Swiss and Greek. How are you going to rob the Swiss? They haven't even taken a side.
Right.
The Iranians.
God, I know my phone is back. Isn't it? Yeah, look at that. Oh, good gracious, girl. You got that thing down to 5%, didn't you? What's enough?
And the reason they're doing that is because they're raging.
Oh, I know.
I want water.
Well, go and get your water out there. It's on the chair. It's on the chair in there where you got the block for your charger.
It's on the white chair, not the brown.
Or whatever. Turn the light on. The light switch is above the trash can. Above the trash can.
Stabilizing supply and demand. This is why I've been saying here that Trump needs to wrap this up like ASAP. We have more time than China and Iran, but it's not indefinite. We're like 10 to 30 days from a serious global financial tipping point. But here's what Trump is gambling on. He's banking on the fact that our blockade will bankrupt Iran.
That's what the world
And that they
happened.
will blink first. And they'll
It's the world of news. What's going on? It's what I used to think. I used to think my grandparents was weird for watching the news, but now I watch the news all the time.
The news are the old.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I used to think too.
They're not old.
You're right.
He's calling his own self old because he's watching the news. So,
This doesn't open itself back up because the long-term damage to Iran's ability to even have an economy hurts China. China buys 90% of Iran's oil. China doesn't want to have to buy all of its oil from the U.S. Then they have to do what Trump wants. You think they want that? Absolutely not. The maximum pressure campaign.
So we're doing the long run. We're setting up for the King's run, not the Queen's run this time.
Scenarios by some of the smartest people in the world.
People want to say, oh, Trump's an idiot. He doesn't have a plan. I think what we're witnessing right now was the plan. Bomb Iran, destroy their military.
Lay down. Well, never mind. Mm-mm.
To attack the U.S. and get rid of those missiles, get rid of those drones.
The president's not an idiot. No, the president is not an idiot.
president, the best president, not idiot. So if you're calling him idiot, you are an idiot if you're calling somebody else idiot. According to your saying,
Healthcare system
and you're
works as
calling
one.
yourself an
Payers,
idiot, and
providers,
you're not
patients,
paying attention.
connected,
So you're
working better
calling
together.
another person.
At Optum, we're
You're
helping
calling
make it
yourself
real.
an idiot, and
We're
they're not
building
good.
one system where compassion and intelligence work hand in hand.
Right.
Where healthcare is easier, more affordable, and more human. Where care is designed
And
around people,
nobody even told me
empowered
that,
by
and I
clinical
just knew.
expertise,
I just said that.
whole-person approach, and innovative
I
technology.
knew what
We're
it
making
was.
things simpler and
And
smarter.
if somebody's saying, somebody listens to it, and it's coming out of their mouth, they're calling themselves idiot.
Because
Yeah.
it's possible.
Because if they're saying it, don't call themselves idiot. that and how to spell little. L-I-E. Wait.
The political backing, all the lips will realize
L-E-T-T-L-E.
Close.
L-E-T-T-L-E.
He spelled latte. He spelled latte. Little say start with L-I. Start from there.
L-I-T-T-L-E.
There you go. Good job, baby.
I just said that.
You said L-E-T-T-L-E.
No, I did not. I just said L-I-T-T-L-E. I said L-E-T-T-L-E.
Okay.
L-I-T-T-L-E.
Okay. That's what you said. That's what you said then.
Continues to be incredibly effective.
Ross Navy's and Davy Jones lockout. Central Command says we're operating and enforcing the blockade across the Middle East and beyond. The whole planet. In the last 72 hours, U.S. forces have intercepted 3 oil tankers in Asian
That
waters.
water makes me easy.
Don't do that. I know what you about to do.
The blockade scares them even
Stop.
more than the bomb.
Don't do that. Stop doing that. You're gonna hurt your throat. Too big a gulps hurts. Stop.
What I'm gonna do, I'll just lean it like a straight up pencil.
It's at the bottom of the Arabian Gulf.
Stop trying to. You've had enough. Put it down. None. Just drink half of it.
Truth, he's been at it for 6 weeks. This whole thing is about to wrap up in just a matter of days. China's economy will collapse before the United States has a problem. Weeks before.
With Americans who are exhausted after 25 years of foreign entanglements in the Middle East, I understand the concern, but the difference is that back then we had
Dad,
no
you just don't want
president
a human
who
beater.
actually knows how to accomplish America's national security objectives. So this is not
Just like
a
me.
long drawn out thing. No, we've got it. We've done the job of setting their nuclear program back. We're going to now work to permanently dismantle that nuclear program.
What if you're already hot?
That is what the president has set out to
It's
do.
not because it's your body. It's heating your body. So
Yeah, it's called body heat.
So that's why you're a human beater. That's how you're. That's how you. And I'm stressful by doing this and doing even at the middle fingers.
And the blockade is about to get extremely painful. Trump says, quote, people approached me 4 days ago saying, sir, Iran wants to open up the strait. Of course they do. But if we do that, there can never be a deal with Iran unless we blow up the rest of their country, their leaders included. The United States will be prepared to resume major combat operations at any time, but especially by this weekend, when the USS Bush will be in theater, making it 3 carrier strike groups lurking in the waters near Iran.
So, every day, Iran loses more money. Every day, they've got less places to put their oil.
Do you remember when I did
China
this?
gets a little bit more nervous, and now there's another
The mask.
USS Boxer still
That this is how you do it. You do this. Do this.
I know how to do
and the
it.
11th Marine Expeditionary
And then you do it with the other
And
hand.
then put your thumbs together. And then lean. If this is touching, you make a little face.
That's right.
Your face. Ha, ha, ha.
And then when you put a light behind it, it makes a shadow of a face.
safer, including Europe, by the way.
Don't.
Why is this a bad thing? Why do people not want to see this happen? Why do people want to see a regime that can
They're
launch
all
missiles
people they watch
in Europe, all over the world, and our allies, missiles which they said they didn't even have.
I know, because I see a lot of other people watch the news all the time.
Mm. Get in the bed.
What?
Get in the bed.
Okay, I'm just itching. Why's my foot so itchy?
No.
Then I have another bug bite over here, but somewhere. Somewhere over here. Keep making my body itch all the time.
Mm-hmm. You're gonna take a bath tomorrow.
Well, I need to wash my hair tonight.
You gonna wash it tomorrow?
No, Mama said if you could wash my hair tonight.
What I say?
She did. I thought she owes everybody. Even you. I thought.
Well, that's what you thought. Don't worry, your hair will be dry by the time your mom pick you up. But you gonna get your hair washed in the morning. I'm gonna wash your hair in the morning.
Not so early.
Yeah, so you can let it air out. If I wash it tonight, then you're gonna lay down and the pillow's gonna get all soaking wet and soggy. That's how mold grows. So which one would you rather have? Going to sleep with wet hair or being up able to let your hair dry inside of a towel? Now lay down and go to sleep.
To end the war in Ukraine. Do you think it's appropriate for a royal to make those comments ahead of the visit?
I put so itchy.
Don't know why your foot's itchy. You been playing?
I keep being outside 2 times at school.
Were you walking around outside with no shoes on or something?
No.
Mm-hmm.
Like it or not, smartest military in the world. They've told the president what's going on, and I think what we're seeing now, the blockade after the initial Operation Epic Fury, I think that was set up all along. I think the invasion plan was just to fake everybody out. But what do you think? I'll see you in the next video.
Custom geared around your team.
What pressure tee?
Slice so good, hit like boom. Papa John's, between the boom.
Fresh, never frozen, original dough made from 6 simple ingredients. Get 2 medium pizzas for $6.99 each. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's.
Wait, AK's behind. Behind in the town. Behind in the town. South.
What's up, Matters? Patrick here with Bennett. Today we're talking about this. There was another individual that Dave Bruce used to work with. His call sign was Quake, and he was going to go public and talk to Congress. And unfortunately, he was in Washington, D.C. at a hotel, and they found him dead as well.
People should look into Matthew Sullivan. He was scheduled to testify in front of Congress, and Rep. Burleson came out and talked about this.
Welcome to the Beast Games Quarantine. This is intended to be something of an appendix to the mainline Mr. Beast video, and so we'd recommend you watch that video before watching this. If you don't, it might feel a bit like walking into a room
I'm alright.
rant, but also this
What?
is probably pretty entertaining on its own, and
What is
the
this?
context is not that hard to grasp.
No, that's not your toothbrush.
The original plan for the mainline video was to keep discussion of Beast Games itself to an absolute minimum. But as the project developed, we found ourselves in need of more examples.
Girl, I don't know. Let me see it. Bring it here. Let me
It
see
had
it.
dust on it. So I put water on it so it could get musty. So it doesn't get on my hands. That's about that. Pick up.
I don't know about that one.
And it looks like a kid one, just like me. Look how kiddish this looks.
Go ahead. I don't think anybody's ever used it.
Me?
Not even you. Maybe once. But the bristles were too strong.
Does it toothpaste that's not spicy?
Well, none of them are spicy, but there's none that doesn't have. But no,
What?
because it's my toothpaste and it's not spicy, bro. The spicy toothpaste isn't a thing.
Do you remember when you needed a chicken nugget with no sauce on it? And I kept giving you the crust of the chicken nugget?
Mm-hmm.
all you got was that crust. I didn't give you that. I gave you a chicken nugget. I have to. The design looks
Simple
like
Planes 2 is releasing to Steam Early Access today. I've been lucky enough to be playtesting the game every day for about 6 months now. I've spent all 600 plus of my hours just focusing on the car aspects. I've not even made one plane yet. I wanted to dedicate my time specifically to help develop the car features.
Knock some of it off.
Today I'm going to talk purely from that perspective. I'll be showing
You
off
only
some
need a
of the
little
things
bit
I
of
built in the
toothpaste,
game
Mari.
and what I would call my intermediate skill level.
You only need a little bit of toothpaste.
First up, a very quick summary about what's going on. Simple Planes 2 is a design
These are things that I think are no longer worth your money as someone who is a millennial and used to buy these things all the time.
We are so excited to announce that the subscription that you're already paying for has not only gone up in price, but now has legs.
Jack Eisenberg wants to be the first person to drive 200 miles per hour in Penda. The 7.
They're dangerous in a way that we didn't really realize in this Houston series. Braun, 24-0 when he and his teams are up 2-0 in the playoff series. So that right there, to me, we're not going to see the historical break. The question is, can they do this long enough to get either Luka or Austin Reeves back in the lineup?
Kevin Durant just had a career playoff high 9 turnovers in Game 2. The Houston Rockets scored more points without him in Game 1 than they did with him in Game 2. 98 without, 94 with. And a 41-year-old LeBron James just broke.
Some of you might remember that Funfish, the developer behind Atomic Heart, announced the next chapter in the series called The Cube. Now, regardless of your opinion of Atomic Heart or Funfish, pretty safe to say that the art style of the game and the whole world that they've created is pretty unique, and the Cube carries that forward. It's time for Atomic Commentary. My moderate to severe Crohn's symptoms kept me out of the picture. With Skyrizi, feel significant symptom relief at 4 weeks. Many people were in remission at 12 weeks and 1 year. Taking place in what seems to be a gigantic Rubik's Cube of different worlds. It's an MMO shooter with PvE, I guess a Destiny-like of some sort, where you explore this cube and all of its different regions that are all stuck together as it floats in the sky. It's a pretty cool concept, and one that justifies having a ton of different environments and potential interesting locations and enemies. It's in the sky, a giant cube. I remember seeing the trailer and thinking, hey, maybe this
Why do you
concept
like
is cool
spicy
enough
stuff?
to
It's
be
not
worth
spicy.
something.
Get it, baby.
And we are not talking about that
It
today,
is
even though it
spicy
is the
though.
exact same concept for the cube. No, this is the cube. Save us. A 33-player battle royale melee game. You could even describe it as a Souls-like battle royale, kind of similar to Let It Die, that already announced that it's closing its doors. After just 3 weeks of being open and available free to play, the game has been such a massive failure that developer XL Games is shutting it down. Now, you might immediately think that this is just another casualty in the obsession that AAA games have of creating a live service games designed exclusively to milk their customers dry. But you'd be kind of wrong. You also might think that this game was conceived and designed immediately after they saw the Monkfish the Cube concept. And I can't tell you that's not true, because it doesn't matter how much I Google, I don't know where this cube concept comes from. Maybe it comes from some weird, obscure Russian literature. Maybe it comes from a worldwide phenomenon that I never saw, but it doesn't matter how much I search online. Probably because of AI going crazy and hallucinating, I can't find an origin for this concept that now seems to be so popular. But this isn't another AAA live service flop. No, because what some people immediately saw as just another casualty, another Concord to add to the list of Concords, well, I don't do things that simply. I wanted to know more. So I dug, and it didn't take much digging. It just takes looking at the developer, XL Games, to realize this isn't some giant, cynical AAA attempt at cash grab. No. I mean, it's still probably a cash grab, but this is a studio that has been doing live service before it was named live service. XL Games are responsible for stuff like Arcade. Oh yeah, these are the devs behind Arcade. Not just that, but I mean, their very first game ever was conceived as something to be online only. And that opens up
Lick him a little bit, you'll be okay.
because you can't say, oh, well, this game has died because the developers didn't know what they were doing, or they did it exclusively because of what shareholders said. They were
Same reason you don't watch movies on your own time.
how to make a successful online game.
But you don't watch it.
Done that. That's the
No,
only
you don't.
thing
I've never seen you watch a single movie.
save us. And why is it shutting
I've
down? Is it
never seen you watch a single movie.
bad? Is this a marketing problem? Is it oversaturation because it's a different kind of live service battle royale?
That I haven't seen you
if
watch
know
it.
anything
You
about
don't
how
watch it
goes
here.
on this channel, we're gonna find
I
out.
watch it at
And
my
the
mom,
answers.
at me and my mom's apartment.
And by
I
the way,
watched
I am talking to you
Utopia.
here, well.
Like,
And if you're not new here,
Queen,
welcome back. It's great to see you. You're looking absolutely fantastic. If you like the video, make sure to hit
Fantastic.
the like button. And if you
how
like the way I do
is
things,
that true?
don't subscribe yet. Make sure
Because,
to
like I said, I,
Not
watch the whole
true.
video,
right
check out
here,
some other stuff
Not
on the
true.
channel,
me,
and then subscribe.
haven't
Your
seen it.
time is valuable. And if
So-
ironically
I have
enough,
done
it
it.
definitely doesn't think your time
Because
is
we've
valuable.
been at home.
Was
We
that's
never
next
go
up. The cube
anywhere.
save us.
Like, nope, I sure don't.
Now
Why
let me
don't
explain the very
you?
basic concept of
Because-
the cube save us at least
Because
the
why?
part
I
about
have my
the
own
cube.
reasons.
However, the game itself is basically a
Please go somewhere.
PvE 33-player extraction shooter battle royale
You
without
need to
shooter.
get out of
It's
the house and
mostly
stop
made.
being
I don't
on
know
the
if there's
computer.
anything ranged in the game because I didn't get that.
After
Not
you
for a
do
lack of
stuff,
trying. I
you
did play the
can
game
go
quite a lot.
somewhere
But
and do
basically, you
something.
create a character, you enter a general hub,
Not
and from there you can
look.
go to different
Quiet.
shops and kind of interact with things, as many extraction games have. Buy meds, buy weapons, upgrade stuff before you
Be
head
quiet
out, and then
and get up
head
there
out, and you
correctly.
fight a bunch
I
of different
am
enemies
like
in
that.
different sections
Bro,
of the
get up
cube,
there correctly like I
trying to
said.
extract with as much loot as possible in fairly linear
Don't
levels
start
that
that.
are, ironically enough, very
I think
square.
I put my
There's lots
hands
of
up.
straight angles here. You repeat this until you can go deeper
Because
and
if you
deeper
put your
within
head up,
runs
then
and
you won't
into
go
the
to sleep.
cube,
And if you don't go to
hoping to
sleep,
get
then you're going to
better
be
loot than
groggy
you
and
can
tired
use
tomorrow. And if you're
in
groggy and tired tomorrow,
very
then
low
you're going to
levels
have an
of
attitude. And you don't want to deal with those consequences.
different quests and
missions that are pretty standard for the attraction
You're gonna
genre.
find out if you have a bad attitude tomorrow.
Crafting things that take real world time in order for you to craft
Oh man, you
special
figured that out
weapons
real
and
quick.
gear, theoretically guiding the player. Going from the easiest difficulty, the solo mode, where there's very little stakes at risk, to the squad mode, where there is some risk, and then the competitive mode.
I was about to say the answer hit you like a ton of
You also
bricks.
get access to better and better gear, so you want to level up and do that. The Cube Save Us, though, is intended to be played with 3 people, as in not total in the lobby, which is how I mostly played the game, but with 3 in a squad, and then having 11 squads in every match, leading to you also having PvP available. Of course, I played the game after developer XL Games announced that they were shutting it down, which means that at any given point there were around 70 to 80 people in the world playing this game. So I was the only person on the server. The game also pretty much refused to matchmake into the actual squad mode, the real mode of the game, unless there were more people with me. And so, I emotionally blackmailed my friends Fern and Devontae in order to play the game with me. Without them, this video wouldn't have really been possible, nor would my actual mental health survive to the entirety of the experience. So, thank you guys, that was cool. Now, in case you haven't noticed, this is a Korean game. It is not just a Korean game, it is also a Korean game using Unreal Engine 5. So, it's got a certain look and a certain feel to it for reasons I still don't understand. You can do other things with Unreal Engine 5, guys. Very notably, though, is the incentives to spend money are mostly focused on physics, but not the sort that apply to enemy ragdolls. Those don't have physics at all. It's more about the physics of your character. And so, in order to motivate my friends to really play this game for an extended period of time, we took advantage of the fact that now that the game is shutting down, there are no microtransactions. You can't actually give them money. And everything that used to be in the cash shop or that was something you could pay for is now available for just regular in-game currency. So we decided that we would play until we made enough money in order to buy the bikini outfits. And then we can all take a nice picture together wearing the bikinis. And so our adventure into the cube began. Now listen, you might think that I play these games and I make these videos because of some morbid curiosity, and you would be right. I think that we have a responsibility of learning from failures so that things don't repeat. But there's also a part of this that is just getting a glimpse of these worlds and having footage of them available, having explanations of what these games were there for posterity. This game will disappear in just a couple of weeks. It'll be gone, and if you weren't there to play it and you never did, and probably for your own benefit that you didn't, you're never going to be able to see or understand what this game was or why it failed. And I feel like there's a certain responsibility that I have to make sure that these things are documented and that you can search up the Cube Save Us and see footage of it, see what it was. However, there is definitely a reason why this game will be forgotten, and that is because it's not very good. Let's start with the positives on the Cube Save Us.
Comes in more chicken, even more chicken, and who approved this amount of chicken?
You're trying to get in the bed.
I'm not tired. I said, The world
Like you're tired.
you want me to be.
It sounds like you're tired.
Well, I'm not.
It sounds like it.
I don't know why that sounds like it, but I'm not.
Yeah, you are tired.
Still dealing with moderate severe
And I know you're tired because I hear that tired.
check works differently. It's a one-standard.
One thing I'm tired of is you not listening.
Come on, you're tired and I know it.
You're tired.
And you're not in many.
It's just the
But
cube.
not in
Now look,
many.
I'm not
Now get up there and lay correctly on that bed.
As I said before, I don't know if this is
I
something that's
just
just
want to
been
put
taken
my
from
leg
popular
down.
culture, some novel,
Oh,
I don't
you
know.
lay
If I
in
learned
bed.
one thing from looking at Overwatch and Paladins back in
That's
the day is that
big.
you shouldn't just assume that because two things are similar that one is copying from the other, and that the one that you heard of first or is the one that is more popular is the winner.
Okay, so I don't know if these guys are copying One Fish's idea, or if they both came to the conclusion that a giant Rubik's Cube of different areas was a thing at the same time. Completely possible. What I can tell you is that the cube is pretty cool. The levels themselves are not the greatest, but the concept of jumping into an extraction game in which there are, I believe, 33 different environments that you jump through is really nice. You get to see a bunch of different areas, and some of them are fairly original. Sure, you've got like desert area and temple area and Egyptian area, but there's also creepy nightmare Silent Hill version of an amusement park area. That's cool. Abandoned hospital in the middle of a desert, I think. That's cool. It allows for them to do whatever they want with the different environments that you play in, and what's even cooler about that is that if they wanted to expand on those ideas, it's pretty simple to do so. You just slot in more moving parts into the cube, and it fits perfectly within the lore of the game to add them. It also means that you get a ton of variety throughout every single run, because you start off in one location and you can traverse 3 or 4 completely different ones before you decide to extract. However, everything else about the game isn't that good, and also the cube has its own problems. So let's look at the actual design of a run. Once you jump into the cube, you will spawn in one of its sections, and there will be enemies roaming around as well as loot boxes. The idea is that you will run towards one of the loot boxes, loot them, and there will be enemies in your way at some point, and the way you take them down is by using melee. The game's got a fairly simple combat system, at least at the start. You can run around, you can dodge, which costs stamina, you can attack, which doesn't cost stamina but doesn't allow your stamina to regenerate, and you have a special ability mapped to Q, as well as a special ability on T. The T one is universal, and the Q one is depending on what weapon you're wielding, as well as the cooldown that it might have. Really, most of the combat boils down to sitting in front of the enemy and hitting the button and maybe circle strafing around them. Some enemies you can just circle strafe, and some enemies you have to dodge out of the way. But you kill some of those, and you loot some stuff, and you get better gear, better armor, and then you leave. Among the cool stuff that's involved here is that all of your gear is cosmetic, so it's not like the game is encouraging you too much to actually buy the cosmetics, because some of the gear does look very cool, and I'm sure, and having looked at the shop itself, the actual like in-game currency exchange, there's some really cool looking armor for late game. Experimenting with the different weapon types and if they work better on certain enemies or if they knock them down or not, it's all pretty decently done, but there is nothing here that I would consider interesting or even good. It is functional. Kind of feels like baby's first melee combat system, which is infuriating because it's not. These guys obviously have done other games before.
I heard a noise and I turned around.
It's us experimenting with Real Engine 5
I heard
and seeing what
a.
we can do and how to make it work, but it was not ready. This is not the quality that you should release, guys. Sorry, I got distracted. Let me go back to the actual cube. One of the biggest problems with the sections of the cube is that they're fairly small. You can memorize them pretty quickly because there's not much to them. But also, even the ones that are bigger and complicated, you don't have the opportunity to explore because the game is just pushing you forward at all times. You only have 3 minutes to explore the section of the cube before it pushes you on to the next. And if you do not move through the cube gate before the timer goes down, you will die. You really don't get much time to breathe, or in a world where this game has a ton of players and you're actually interacting with other people in the lobby, wouldn't have too much time to get into a scuffle with them, because you gotta get out. That's the priority. Because of this, it always feels like you've got the timer at your throat, and you're always moving forward, which could be interesting in the case of adding tension to the game, but it doesn't really, because
Tomorrow.
the enemies generally aren't much of a threat until you reach at least the third section of the cube, and it just feels off balance with what the game expects of you. It takes a very long time to go through the clumsy, clunky UI, to open the chests, to evaluate what's worth taking and what isn't, to equip stuff and understand it, to loot parts. And sure, there is an argument to be made that it encourages people to only open what they know is going to be valuable and memorize each map, but then that just makes each run a bit more boring. I feel like we could have done with at least 1 more minute per section to kind of lighten the load of this. But once you make it through each section of the cube, you can either decide to extract or keep going. It depends on if you find a cube extraction. And this is the very basic cycle of the game and what you will be repeating time after time. I think it's about time that we also address one of the bigger elephants in the room, which is the game is just not very good in how it's programmed. And I mean that very sincerely, in a way that is baffling. Let me start off by saying the following. So, if you hold your reticle over
Man, that Major Orion player from earlier got me figuring out.
Really nice guy. After some more walking around, it's 10 p.m., and Nathaniel decides to head back to the Iron Eagle. Now hold up, innkeeper! The innkeeper makes his way over and says this in German, which means we have beer that burns like horseradish. Sounds delicious. Then he's rude to this hired hand. What are you gaping at? Hey, sir, what do you think? Don't talk back to me. Get to work. It reminded me of Harold and how his boss might have treated him if he realized he wasn't working for a full day. Nathaniel decides he's done bullying and leaves the tavern again. We walked around for quite a while until I realized I know where he's headed. Son of a bitch. He's leaving town just like Harold. Even nobles don't seem to live in town. This felt a little weird to me. I was thinking, clearly, this guy can afford to live inside the walls of Kuden. But I get it. It's not like Warhorse expected us to follow around a single NPC all day long and see where they go. Again, it's more impressive to me that they don't just disappear. He's clearly going somewhere. Maybe he has a large estate in a nearby town, or he's just visiting Kutenberg on business. Now, I would share what Nathaniel does the following morning, but to be honest, it's a lot of the same. Actually, he does do one interesting thing. He heads to the Hangman's Halter Tavern, a different spot. He orders a drink, and then he gets served by none other than Catherine. If you don't know, she's one of the main characters of the game. There's a narrative reason why she's here, so I won't spoil it. But still, it's so cool to see our guy, our random person, interacting with her like she's just some random alehouse mate. Even the main characters of this game are cogs in the wheels of this realistic world. There's one more thing I wanted to check on with Nathaniel. Remember those tasks he gave the hired hands? Obviously, they didn't do those, but I wanted to track them down and see if I could do them myself. First, I had to find Father Prokop and tell him to cancel Mass. I found him and talked to him, but all he could offer me was to go on a pilgrimage. Next, I had to tell somebody at Town Hall that some cards had been delivered. Again, Town Hall is this massive building at the center of Kutenberg. The problem is, you can't just go inside here. There is a quest that lets you go in, but normally it's not an accessible building, so couldn't do this one either. Last, I had to visit the Emperor Charles Tavern and get some smoked meats from the innkeeper. The innkeeper wouldn't even talk to me. Clearly, this list of tasks is just something the noble says to people. It's flavor text. But again, I appreciate that. And it's actually cool that these places exist. These characters that he mentions are real. So, what did we learn from the noble? He showed us that NPCs certainly have personalities. Compared to Harold, the nicest guy in the world, Nathaniel is a bastard. The people he interacted with, they all called him Sir. So there's clearly some kind of hierarchy system going on here with the dialogue. He doesn't work in a traditional sense, but he's clearly doing something by the way that he patrols the markets during the day. Similar to Harold, Nathaniel sticks to the same places around town. We also saw that he does have leisure time. He visits taverns and he likes to play dice. But he still doesn't eat or have a set home that he returns to every night. Nathaniel showed us a lot, but I needed to go deeper. I wanted to find someone who actually lives in Kutenberg. For our next character, we're headed to the Jewish quarter, which is on the northern side of town. Let's mix things up. I wanted to follow a woman. Don't be weird. It's for the video. Unlike our first two characters, I thought a housewife or a housemaid might stay around one central location. I also wanted to follow a named character, just to see the difference. This is Sarah. I found her sweeping when I started following her around noon. She does a lot of sweeping, only on this spot. Must be really dusty. Sarah decides to have a chat with Madel and Balabast. At first I thought these were named NPCs, and then I started seeing those names everywhere. Turns out this is Yiddish. Madel means young girl, and Balabast is basically like housemaid. Based on her behavior, I think Sarah is a Balabast. She's got chores, and she doesn't look like a young woman. No offense. When Sarah finishes her sweeping duties, she heads over to the King Solomon Tavern, and she sits down to play dice. I thought, hey, I may as well play her at beggars. Why not? We had a great game. It came down to the last round, but I won.
I'm going to keep my eye on you. Don't be a coward.
Kind of aggressive. For me, this is really cool to interact directly with an NPC. Playing dice, an actual activity instead of just following them around. I got up from the table to let other people play, and Sarah stuck around for a while. She kept playing. She must be pretty good because this guy was cheering her on. Finally, she leaves and walks to this gate. Then slams the door in my face and locks it. This is the first time I thought, do we actually have someone who lives in Cooper? We know for sure does not leave at night like everyone else. I needed to get inside and see it for myself firsthand. I went around the side and found a back door that led to a series of ladders that got me onto this roof. Then I snuck into my thieving outfit and drank a Nighthawk potion so we could see. At this point, I fell like a professional. When I enter the house, the game tells me that I'm trespassing. This is a private area, I'm not allowed here, so I had to be careful. I found this locked door, picked it, and went inside. I found her. I found Sarah. And she's sleeping on a bench. Literally, there's a bed right here. I don't know this character. I don't know her situation, but if she's sleeping on a bench, it can't be good. It's 11 o'clock, and I figure Sarah's probably going to sleep through the night. I have 2 broken feet, so I decide to sleep myself in order to heal my injuries. With my legs healed, I did a little more snooping around this place, and I found another couple sleeping downstairs. I decided to wait and see if I could catch Sarah waking up. This was a mistake. Turns out, the bed in this room belongs to someone. She woke me up, and Sarah too. So I ran downstairs and out of the gate. Yeah, I felt like a stalker. This made me highly uncomfortable. Now, a normal person would have called it quits. Someone with ethical video game standards. I am not that person. I'm role-playing Henry as a stalker. I had to get back inside. I decided to take the same route around, and a stroke of pure genius, I fell and broke my feet once again. But I had no time to worry about that. I went up to Sarah's room again, and I found her eating breakfast. And not just alone, like with her housemates. This is a ritual that they do, presumably, every morning. This is so cool to me because it confirms that people in Cooper do eat. Maybe not on a set schedule or consistently every single day, but this character is eating in the privacy of their own home. No matter if Henry is here or not, Sarah eats breakfast. It's such a cool detail and not something that was even necessary if you think about it. I decided to wait until noon to see for a final time what Sarah was up to. And here she is, basket weaving. It's a new activity that she does. Pretty cool. Sarah's pretty unique compared to the other NPCs we've followed so far. She has a set routine and not a ton of variation. And she doesn't move very far. She stays within a very small area. She actually does live in town. Even though she sleeps on a bench, she does sleep here, and she gets up to eat breakfast. The game even simulates her doing stuff that you wouldn't normally see. My theory at this point is that all named NPCs behave like this. And that makes sense, because you and I at some point will probably have to seek them out, and the game has to plan for them, which is cool. As for who she is and what she's doing, I can only guess. Sarah is a named character, but I personally have not come across her yet in my playthrough. Since she sleeps on a bench and lives with other people, I'm going to assume that she's a housemaid for this young couple here. Following Sarah confirmed some of the suspicions I had about named NPCs, but I feel like we needed to learn more. This brings us to our next character, the Scholar. Located just outside of St. Jakob, which is a massive church in the center of town, I found Johannes von Gelnhausen. Pretty fancy. Our day begins at 11 a.m., and I decided to have a chat with him. Now, what's special about this guy is he's not just any named NPC. He's based on a real person. You get to ask him all about his backstory, and he shares a lot. He's a lawyer, a scribe, a scholar, basically a Renaissance man. My guess is that Warhorse found this guy while they were doing historical research for the game and decided, let's just plop him down in the game for people to find. Yeah, I thought that was really cool. At noon, the bells ring out, and Johannes makes his way east. He doesn't do a whole lot for the next couple of hours. Johannes does what I would call pondering. He's got a big brain. He's got to go around and just sort of, think about stuff. Around 3 o'clock, Johannes starts in a new direction. Just as we're walking, a fight breaks out.
Now, what's that?
He backpedals immediately, maintaining a very safe distance. The fight ends by KO, and Johannes strolls by, but nothing happened. He walks inside the All Saints Tavern and takes a seat. Then he cracks a book open and does what scholars do best. He reads. I tried to get close and see if I could make out the writing, but turns out it's just scribbles. Johannes seems to be annoyed by this. I decided to take a seat and read with him. Might as well, because this guy spends hours here. I managed to read all 3 lore books that I had in my inventory. Actually, I read them. At one point, he sees the innkeeper go by and asks if there's enough onions for the soup. It's getting close to dinner time, so maybe he's planning to eat here. By this point, when I was gathering footage for the video, I started to get impatient waiting for NPCs that weren't moving a lot, so I started to wait in order to speed things up. It was almost 6 o'clock when I lost him. One moment, he was there, deep in his book, focused. And the next, he was gone. I checked the tavern, but I couldn't find him. Then I ran outside and found our boy Johannes, heading back to where he started. He stops outside St. Jakob and pulls out a book to read some more. Of course, I couldn't let him read alone, so I cracked open my Skull Crusher's skill book so I could learn more about heavy weapons. It starts to get dark, so I pull out a torch to help our boy read. Eventually, he heads back for the All Saints Tavern. He starts to head upstairs, and I try to follow him, but the innkeeper spots me. Turns out this is a private area, just like Sarah's house. Johannes is renting a room here, so I can't just waltz up there. But I thought I could just rent a room myself, and then I'd be allowed upstairs. So I went and found both of the innkeepers, but neither of them would offer me a room. It was time once again to resort to more drastic measures. I slipped on my thieving clothes, put away my torch, and snuck upstairs. And behind the first door, I found him. Johannes was having dinner. No doubt it was the onion soup he was asking about earlier. Again, this is so cool because there's no reason this should be happening, right? The player's not going to see something like this unless they actively seek it out. It's just to convince you that this world is real. Johannes finishes his dinner around 10 and decides to leave. I got a little excited and wanted to follow him, but the dicer of the tavern caught me. Once again, I was forced out, and awkwardly I had to jump over Johannes to leave because he was blocking my way. Super awkward. So I waited outside in shame until Johannes reappeared. Luckily for me, the tavern is still open when he goes to bed, so I don't have to break in. I'm already in there. So I sneak back up, find his room, and find something I did not expect at all. Johannes is in bed with a townsman. Now, I know what you're thinking. It's none of my business who Johannes von Gelnhausen sleeps with, and you'd be right. But I don't think this is a simple not enough beds situation. There's clearly a second bed right outside here. These guys are sharing a bed. I choose to believe that Johannes and this man shared a lovely night together. And I am being super creepy by watching them sleep. Don't worry, I feel uncomfortable too. It's for the video. I really didn't know what to do at this point, so I panicked. I tried to wait, but I left my torch on and the door open. Rookie mistake, honestly. The alehouse mate found me and kicked me out. Literally the world's worst thief. But at least you've heard of me. I waited until morning, and then I figured, maybe like Sarah's house, there's probably a way back in. I found a series of ladders that led to a window into the storage room. Just like that, I was back in, and I made my way back to Johannes' room. The doors had been re-locked, so I had to pick them again. Which, by the way, is so cool and realistic, right? If you've caught someone sneaking around your house, a thief, you would certainly re-lock your doors. Back inside, I found these 2 lovebirds still snoozing away. I kept waiting around because I wanted to see his morning routine. Would he eat breakfast? This was also a mistake. Just before 8, Johannes himself wakes up and chases me out shirtless. Feeling ashamed, I decided to give up and try and find Johannes when he left the tavern. Eventually, I found him on his normal route, pondering, thinking, doing his scholar thing. And that's it for Johannes. Okay, what did we learn from this guy? Certain NPCs have dinner, even when you're not looking. Just like Sarah, this guy does eat regularly. We also found that NPCs can share beds with other NPCs. Do they have sex lives? Obviously, we can't guarantee this. I had a little bit of fun with that one, but I just think it's so fun to follow these people around and invent reasons for why they're doing what they're doing. You get attached to them. I was actually invested in Johannes's day, taking a leisurely stroll around town, reading a ton, grabbing dinner, and then turning in for the night. That absolutely sounds like something a scholar would do. It's time for our final and, in my opinion, most interesting character, the baker. His shop is just west of the markets near the heart of the city. This one I decided to start early in the morning, and here he is, beginning his day's deliveries. We're going to call this guy Barry. This looks like a berry to me. Along the way, Barry says hi to
Corona Sabro. That's your citrus. Orange and lime. Juicy Corona.
So just prevent mustache and beard eliminate your brain. It gives you that boost to look and feel your best. This is Alex. Alex needed help investing in savings. With his advisor Dennis, he opened 3 accounts. One for now, one for later, and of course, he's retired. More than big goals for his future, Alex has got a plan to get there.
With 3 kids, and pretty much everything is mattering where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
Barry continues and leads us straight into the Hangman's Halter Tavern. Walking around, to be honest, I thought these guys just carried baskets in circles. Surely they don't actually deliver what they're carrying. I was so happy to be wrong. Barry turns into the kitchen and places the basket of bread down. This tavern is the bakery's client. His bakery makes the bread and then he delivers it like an actual business. This is so cool to me. And it got me thinking, where else does Barry deliver? How long does the basket stay there? I had to keep following it. Returning to the bakery, I took a peek inside. The woman behind the counter welcomes me in as she's entertaining another customer. Meanwhile, Barry bends down to pick up another basket of bread, ready for delivery. I'm thinking the other baker sitting here, he must have prepared it while we were gone. Barry walks east, but then he turns north. We're delivering to another location. It's not just the tavern. He comes to a stop at this grocery stand and drops the basket behind. Now, I'm very curious about this basket system. Does the bread actually run out? On our way back, I recognize an old friend. Nathaniel the Noble. Of course, he's berating an underling, suggesting that she forgot something. I love this because we didn't see the specific interaction when we were following him around. So it hints that the noble has, a lot more going on, and it's different day to day. Like a well-oiled machine, Barry grabs another basket and heads to the same grocery stand? Man, bread must be flying off the shelves here. The basket was gone, so I guess the grocer needed more? Oh well, it's not my place to question it. Around 10:30 in the morning, it starts to rain. Barry grabs another delivery, and he's not too happy about the weather. I wouldn't be either. That bread is definitely soggy. Once again, we go to the grocer. That's 3 times in a row. I started to worry. Are these the only routes that Barry takes? I decided to rush back to the bakery to see if I could catch the other one, filling up a basket for us to deliver. But of course, I didn't. These people are professionals. While I waited for Barry, I checked out the counter and was amazed at the detail of this bread. You got pretzels hanging, different kinds of kolaches, of course, more sourdough. And then it hit me. Where's Barry? So I ran to the grocer. He's not there. I checked Hangman's Halter. Not there either. Is he okay? I retraced my steps, and I couldn't find him. The only place I could go at this point was back to the bakery. I decided to check out the whole place, because I hadn't really snooped around. Inside this room is the kiln, where the bread is actually baked. He wasn't inside here. I could go further down, into the storeroom, to a place I was not allowed to be. I still couldn't find Barry, but I decided to go deeper, until I found these tunnels. Did Barry go inside here when I wasn't looking to another location? At this point, I had more questions than answers, and I was seriously worried that I would not find Barry again. I decided to go back upstairs, and I was caught by the woman behind the counter. Damn. Finally, the rain let up, so I decided to go out and look for him. On my way back, I finally spot him. nonchalantly walking from this alleyway back to the bakery. I wish I could have asked him where he went. My guess is he took a lunch break or he took shelter from the rain. It did seem like there were less people outside when it started raining, which, if that's the case, that's another really cool, realistic detail. At this point, I noticed the other baker is also now delivering bread. Maybe they're at a point in the day where they have too much finished bread and now they need to take up double duty on deliveries. After a routine delivery, Barry decides to go down that alleyway I found him coming from earlier. Maybe we'll get to see his lunch spot. He's taking another break. Instead, he rounds through the back entrance of the bakery and decides to start hauling flour inside. This is what the other baker was doing earlier, so I guess it's Barry's turn now. It's almost like they swapped jobs in the afternoon, which is really interesting. Barry works hard hauling these sacks for hours, even through the 6 p.m. bell. I step inside to check on the other bakers. One of them is manning the kiln and also watching the bread rise. It's amazing to watch all three of these bakers doing separate jobs, working like, again, a well-oiled machine, a real business. Eventually, Barry stops working for the day, and I'm happy that he's done because he's been working for over 12 hours. They're upstairs for the night, and this is where things once again got out of hand. At this point, the shop closes with me inside, so naturally they're like, "Get out of here." Of course, I followed their instructions, but I had to know what Barry was doing in there. Does he leave town at night, or does he stay here? Consequences be damned. I rushed back in there, ran upstairs, and bam! I found Barry eating dinner. Turns out, random NPCs like Barry do eat dinner. They eat. It's not like those other characters where they have to plan for it because of the quests. While this is really cool, I wanted to make sure that Barry stays here at night. The fact that he's eating makes me pretty sure that he does. But of course, I got kicked out again for interrupting dinner. They got really mad at me. I'm telling you for the last time, leave. So, what now? Suddenly, I remember. Before I started recording for this video, I was doing a quest that led me to the underground tunnels beneath Cooper. The very same tunnels I found at the bottom of the bakery. I slipped into my thieving clothes, delved into the tunnels, pulled out my underground map, and traced my way back to the bakery. I found the door, picked it, and I was back in. I crept upstairs, unlocked all the doors, and found a lot more people than I was expecting. Here's a baker that I don't recognize and his housewife sleeping. I found another baker asleep on a bench in the dining room, which is like, why are people sleeping on benches? Then a townsman and a townswoman who I have not seen before. Maybe they own this place. But where the hell is Barry? Finally, I noticed a ladder in one of the storerooms leading up to the attic. Could this be it? I climbed it and found our man. There's Barry, sound asleep. Part of me wanted to wake him up to celebrate. He wouldn't like that. That'd be pretty rude. He's a good guy. I feel like Barry deserves a real bed. I mean, this guy did a lot of work. Following Barry showed me so much about how this game works. We know that some nameless NPCs actually do sleep in town. And to me, it seems like it has something to do with their profession. It does make sense to me that the bakery might need people to sleep here because making bread is a lot of work. I would know. I made a ton of sourdough during the pandemic. I didn't like grind the, wheat or whatever. But this does break some of the theories that I had for how these people work. I think the easiest way to sum it up is to say that there are no hard and fast rules. You can make assumptions based on people's jobs or their behavior, their social class, but it does seem like an individual case-by-case basis on how these people live. We're done following Barry, but I wanted to know more about the bakeries because there are several of them in Cookburg. I wonder, do they all work the same? Do they have different spots that they deliver to? So I visited one off of Check Street in the northern part of town. I spotted this woman leaving the bakery and followed her around for a bit, but she just walked around in circles. She didn't actually deliver it anywhere and eventually returned to the bakery. I did find this man chopping firewood in the back to feed to the kiln that he was using to bake bread. These bakeries, they're not copy-pasted. The layouts are different, and the people operating them do different jobs. It's just such a cool detail to me. Following around the baker, scholar, housemaid, noble, and hired hand showed me a lot about how this game works, and the lengths that Warhorse went to make this game feel realistic. Here's what we found out. NPCs don't do the same things every single day. It seems like there's a group of behaviors assigned to these people based on their role or their social status. The NPCs that you find walking around mostly stick to the same areas. They have a neighborhood and they have things that they like to do and they patrol around there. But they don't have a set path or schedule or route. It's not the same thing every single day. Some NPCs follow the bell schedule. They'll listen for the bells ringing out at 6 a.m., noon, 6 p.m., and then move accordingly. But not all of them. We learned that NPCs have pretty defined personalities. If you follow them around, you'll find them talking a bunch, and they stick to a similar sort of vibe. Some of them are very nice, while others are mean. We found out that some people sleep in Gutenberg while others don't.